It's your girl Mariah Sincere, and I am back with another bomb live. For those of y'all who are new to my channel, I'm an American woman who has been living abroad for the past 2 years, primarily in Colombia, and now I am making my transition to the Dominican Republic. So follow me if you want to see this journey. Y'all, I have footage of videos that I need to edit so I can put on here. It's just I haven't had time. I am so busy, but that's okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for y'all. And I have some things, some collaborations coming out, so be on the lookout for that. Make sure that y'all smash the like button, and if you keep coming back, subscribe. I know a lot of y'all be in the bushes. You might as well hit that like and subscribe button. Guys, today is gonna be a good live because I'm going to react to a live I just did on Dominican Route channel. Shout out to Dominican Route. Shout out to Coach John. Shout out to Uncle Rico. Y'all were amazing hosts on this panel, but I gotta come over here and I gotta give my reaction because the discussion got heated. There was a lot of differences in opinion. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna try not to go in too hard because I went hard. Y'all know when people, I'm trying to work on my my mouth because y'all, I have a temper. It ain't even just that I have a temper. I just don't like people playing with me. And y'all know, if you bark, I'm a bite. Do you feel me? So it is what it is. Shout out to the chat. What's up, Milano? The Apostle Doctrine. Now you keep asking me to be your sugar baby, and you ain't sent not now. CashApp, sir. Here the CashApp. Here the CashApp. Do you have any book recommendations? Of course, A Return to Love by Marianne Williamson. It is a review of The Course in Miracles. First, you should get The Course in Miracles, but read A Return to Love first because it's a very good overview. You know that saying in Coach Carter when he was like, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us. Marianne Williamson wrote that book in A Return to Love. It's a powerful book, so read it. Mariah, we like you because you speak your mind. Don't bite your tongue. Yeah, I'll be going in it. So the one thing I don't like, I be cussing too much, but honestly and truly, I be feeling like, do y'all watch Jocelyn Hernandez? Will she be talking to the girls in the cabaret? I catch clips, I don't watch the show, but she be having to remind them, bitch, you in my shit. We stop cussing. That's how she be talking to them. All right. So sometimes I feel like if you know, with a lot of these men, especially some of these men in this space, y'all, they already hold a lot of bad ideas about women. And what I've seen when I watch a lot of other panels, especially before I really just got into this YouTube thing, is a lot of the men will overpower the women because they know that the women will not hold their ground. So they will all overpower the women or gang up on the women or make the women, try to make it seem like the women are not making points. And a lot of women don't know how to articulate themselves. I have the benefit of being able to both masterfully articulate myself, but also cuss you out in the most ghetto way. So I can do both and it works in my favor. And I think a lot of the men don't necessarily know what to do with that. Because it's like 1 minute she making valid points. So we can't say that she's like making emotional points, but then at the same time, she will get digging our ass and look ignorant. So I think a lot of them just don't really know what to do with me. I understand it can be overwhelming at times and they get upset. We did end the live on a good note with the fellas. So I'm not going to really too much go in on them, but I'm going to be honest, especially to the guys that were over there on the panel. If you come over here, I'm going to honestly react to what I thought you were saying and what you were trying to do. But I'm not really going to go in on them. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff I didn't catch, though, from the chat and stuff, I'm going to go in. Comma. You keep saying I'm a nobody, but you show up to every live that I do. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I had a negative perception of you. I thought you was a troublemaker until I heard you out. You know what? Most people get upset with me. Even if you're not upset with me today, a lot of people will be upset with me because then I'll come say something that you think is completely out of left field another day. But you really just have to listen to what like, here's the thing. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate you for the finger heart. for the, is that what it is? Finger hurt, the jewels. Here's the thing. Everything is not for everybody. And there's not going to be anybody that you agree with 100% of the time. The only person that you're going to agree with 100% of the time is yourself. So if you move through life not knowing how to chew the meat and spit out the bones, then you're going to find yourself on an island by yourself. Thank you, Tiny Sash, because the pocket watchers get mad at this. They get so mad. I think they be wanting people. I don't know what they want. But you know what? I've been so blessed. Thank God I pray before every stream. So God bless this stream, right? God bless this stream. I pray that everything I say is for your glory ultimately. So I'm going to try not to cuss nobody out, but it's said in truth. And God, I pray that we have a good, fruitful live stream and bless everybody to give what it is on their heart. And if they don't do nothing but just like and subscribe, thank you. So here's the thing. Y'all be blessed in my stream just off of views, okay? I find it funny that some of the viewers rock with you in this chat are the same viewers sneak this in. I see it all the time. But you know what? This is what I say. This is entertainment. So at the end of the day, people come and watch me because I'm entertaining. I'm far more entertaining than the average person doing this in this space. Far more entertaining. And then I'm going to entertain you with some facts, and we're going to get some education, and we're going to get some schooling. So nobody can deny that whatever panel I hop on, I'm going to bring value and entertainment. And then I'll be over here and be entertaining as hell. And it's not too many people that can really read people down the way I can read people down. I don't really know nobody. The only person that probably funnier than me when it comes to doing that, I'll say Keith. Keith's funny as hell, okay? I be rolling it when I watch him. Okay, so it is what it is. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Dominican Routes channel, okay? And we are going to react to the live that I did. I was a guest on their show today. Shout out to them. I'm going to the live right now. Hold on 1 second. Y'all make sure that y'all hit the like and subscribe button. I don't want to go to YouTube Studio. I want to go to YouTube. Now, this panel, the topic of discussion was supposed to be to discuss like NYC, the future, and how much responsibility people have in the travel space when it comes to cleaning up bad actors like this. During the course of the conversation, I gave some pretty controversial opinions on age gap relationships. I think, in my opinion, if y'all want to really figure out who could potentially have predatory behavior in this space, without necessarily needing it to get to a point where you have a Lucy coming out and accusing them, in my opinion, the easiest way to identify those actors is to listen to what they have to say about how young they're willing to go. So nobody's going to change my mind when I say that if you're a 50-year-old man and you're willing to date an 18-year-old, I would not trust you around my teenage daughter. I don't care if he says, oh, but it's legal. So the only thing stopping you from going lower is the law. The law was your moral compass in that situation. You couldn't, like, damn, you're 50. Half your age wasn't good enough. You couldn't date a 25-year-old who at the very least has a fully developed brain and maybe went to college and maybe got her career started. You got to go all the way to 18. So that caused a lot of tension and friction within the panel, okay? And that's going to be our main topic of contention. Now, to be clear, I am not against age gap relationships. I have absolutely no problem with men dating women who are younger than me or saying, I'm 33. So if you tell me you prefer to date a woman that is younger than me, guess what? A 30-year-old can be younger than me. A 28-year-old can be younger than me. A 27. I give two shits. The type of men that I like to date women their age. A lot of them might even prefer a woman a little bit older. So it's like you're not cutting into my, because if y'all trying to make this about attention, you're not really cutting into my dating pool by saying you're 50 and you prefer an 18-year-old. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I've never dated somebody that was 50 years old. I've actually never dated anybody that was in their 40s. I'm 33 now, so I'm not gonna say I would never date somebody in my 40s. But what I will say is I haven't done it yet. I always date people my age. So y'all men that like to get on the internet in your 40s and 50s and proclaim how you like to date between 18 and 25, you're not cutting into my dating pool. I have not dated y'all yet. So that is dead on arrival. I'm not dating y'all. I'm not there yet, is what I'm trying to say. And nor did I do that when I was that age. When I was in my 20s, I dated men that were in their 20s. I've always dated my age. So this trying to make it seem like, oh my gosh, she's just so jealous because she's like worn out and she's bitter and we don't want her anymore. And it's like, but I don't date you, Unc. You're not my dating pool, Unc. It's a lot of 33-year-olds that do date y'all though. I know a lot of 30-year-olds that prefer older men or prefer men that are in middle age. I'm at that age now where what 2 Chainz say? Old enough to smash your mom, old enough to date your daughter. Well, I don't know. I ain't old enough to date your daughter, but I'm at that age now. At 33, y'all have to understand. When you hit 33, something weird, very, very weird happens, right? Y'all think that our options shrink at this age. They don't. As a matter of fact, men who probably wouldn't have the courage to talk to you when you were like in your 20s that were your age, like you can, like all the men of all age ranges are after you when you hit this age range. So I have more options now than what I've ever had from men both younger than me and men older than me. Thank you. Hey, Mariah, I'm ready for another Fire Live. What up, Eric? Yeah, I'm ready to get it popping. So this idea, Fuzzy, hit that like button, my God. Yeah, y'all smash the like button. Y'all smash. Thank y'all for the super chats. I sent the wrong amount. Thank you, Eric. It's always the right amount, whatever you give from your heart. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. And then just remember, you can always donate to the Cash App. That's the best way because then, y'all know YouTube, they trying to take they cut. You know what I'm saying? But either way you send it to me, it's money I'm blessed with. So thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, this whole narrative around, when you at 33, you don't have options. Here's the problem. And I'll be completely honest about this. When you get older, the reason why your dating pool shrinks, when I was 18 years old, the dudes that I was willing to actually date was far more broad, right? Like dudes I would have been willing to date at 18. A lot of those dudes, I would not date those same guys at 33. So this becomes the problem as you start getting a little older, ladies, is that it's not that your list of available options shrinks, it's what you're willing to date shrinks, right? And that's the main problem. But any woman who's willing to open up her dating pool more and maybe even like put up with certain things, you'll never go without a man when you're in your 30s. It just becomes a matter of, do you want to do that? And a lot of men don't like when I say that, but it's true. It's true. But then as a woman, you have to be careful because if you get into a bad situation with a man, guess who has to take the blame for that? Guess who y'all gonna be saying, well, you chose him, the woman. So it's on us to be more choosy. It's just the fact of the matter. Because if we don't, and the relationship don't work out, we take the blame for it. Didn't I just say passport salvation? I'm gonna need you to use your common sense. So all those guys you didn't have time for in your 20s, you making the exception for in your 30s. Sir, didn't I just tell you in my 20s, I was way more broader in what I was willing to date. And then I told you that the pool for what I'm willing to date now has shrunk. So how does that correlate to I'm making time for the dudes in my 30s that I didn't have time for in my 20s. Let me tell you something. If you couldn't get me when I was in my 20s, you damn sure can't get me now. I'm not one of those women who is like, oh, I dated a certain type, like I dated the bad boy in my 20s, and now all of a sudden, I got a completely different type because I'm looking for a stepdad. I don't fit in that narrative. I noticed he said, Mariah, can we have a moment of silence for Melissa? She vanished and came back under a new name. Well, guess what? Melissa, you got everything that you deserve. If you're watching, that's what you get for being a pick-me and trying to throw another woman under the bus out of pure hate, jealousy, and malice. That's what you get. And I don't care what nobody try to say, oh, she's just trying to give you constructive criticism. I know a hating ass bitch when I see one. And that's what she was, okay? Passport salvation, you got to work on your listening comprehension. You know what? You're just trying to be disagreeable. I'm not going to say that you're stupid. I'm going to say you're just trying to be disagreeable. And speaking of Brittany Renner, I made this point. Why do y'all hate her so much? Why do y'all hate Brittany Renner so much? It's funny because DJ Academics, he spends so much time talking about her, right? He spends so much time talking about her, but he over there running around with Daphne Joy. And we know for sure Daphne Joy was doing all kind of freaky stuff and then freak out offs with Diddy. So he over here running around with Daphne Joy, who also has 50 Cent as her baby daddy, was doing the freak off with Diddy's, testified at Diddy's trial about a lot of the freaky stuff, all the nasty stuff that they was doing, and she was doing it for money. Yet he over here mad at Brittany Renner for having public relationships and breaking up with her baby daddy for cheating on her and being with Kevin Gates. And it's like, sir, you literally walking around here blushing. We see him on video blushing, face red over Daphne Joy. And that's why I will forever maintain that a lot of these dudes' problems is not that you a hoe, is that they can't sleep with you. So he making Brittany Renner point. I don't care how many times he sit up and go live about her and talk shit about her and her situation and say she fell off with the woo. As long as he running around here with Daphne Joy, sir, the nerve of you, baby. Daphne Joy had him blushing. The only difference is Daphne Joy will let you hit. That's it. And that a lot to do even with the way these men go sit up on everybody else's panels and talk about me. As long as y'all are going to these other countries and sleeping with prostitutes, wifing prostitutes, moving prostitutes into your house, kissing prostitutes in the mouth, going in behind your homeboy and kissing this girl who had your homeboy's dingling in his mouth, because y'all like to do that. Y'all see that your homeboy messed with a girl now. You got to go smash her. You got to go stick your thingling where your homeboy stuck his thingling. As long as y'all are doing that, y'all can't never shame me. The only difference is those women will let you hit and I will not. You can, none of these men that talk shit about me could ever even pay me. You can't even pay me to go to a dinner with you. Like, I don't even want to sit in the same room as these men that be talking shit about me, let alone pay you allow you to pay me for sexual access to my body. So that is the only difference. And again, I support y'all's right to do pay for play. And I've talked about how I see some functional benefits for society and that there are varying degrees and various reasons why men do pay for play. This channel has never been about, and I say this every time I get on live, it's never been about trying to make y'all stop buying box. It's been about how y'all conduct y'all stuff online. I criticize the things that y'all say about African-American women and stuff like that. It's more so been about the negative press around what y'all are doing because people like to talk too much. It's never, ever been about trying to get y'all to stop doing pay for play or moving abroad and dating women abroad. But let's be very clear. You can never, ever make me feel bad about myself with the type of women that y'all lay down with. But Daphne ain't never fall off, and she don't halfway hoe. That's why she get the bag. You know what the problem is? I'm gonna tell y'all Brittany Renner problem. She don't be hoeing enough. You're right. Daphne Joy is more about her money, and she don't really be falling in love. Well, she said she was in love with Diddy. That's what she said. But Brittany Renner be trying to be in real relationships, and the relationships are not working out. Brittany Renner, as much as people call her a hoe, she really be trying to be in relationships with these men. And when they cheat on her, she gets her feelings hurt and she leaves. A hoe like Daphne Joy, you can cheat on Daphne Joy 1,000,001 times. She gonna keep her eyes on the prize, the money. That's a real hoe. You know, that's a real hoe. Okay, let me share. Hold on. I'm gonna have to go downstairs and get my order in a second. I ordered me a salad, y'all. Hold on. They 8 minutes away. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so we headed over to the Dominican Route channel.
All right, y'all, I am live. I am so sorry I'm late.
And the passport bros.
Okay, gotcha.
I found AK Joe's Colombia, and I found
here without go ahead and bring her up so we can.
You have to bring her up because you got the controls. So.
Without further ado, Miss Sincere, how you doing, sister?
Hey y'all, I'm doing good. I'm happy to be here. I know we're gonna have a great live.
Was my introduction fair? Well, you know,
it was fair. You got me right.
Okay, all right. Fill in whatever I missed, and you introduce yourself a little bit better than what I did.
No, you hit it on the head. You know, for those of y'all who kind of want to know a little bit about why EBK, that's been such a huge topic of discussion in the travel space. Like, why is she even there? You know, like I don't understand why it's so controversial, but it is. So I'll give y'all a little glimpse into my thinking. In 2024, I was a school teacher, right? At the beginning of January 2024, I was a school teacher. Before I was a school teacher, I was a dancer. That's another thing that's controversy. Oh, well, I've done many different jobs. I used to be a CPS, social worker, all of that. Okay, I've had many jobs. But what happened was I just was unhappy in my life. And also my daughter was falling behind, as many American children are right now. We have a reading crisis. And I was doing the best that I could to try to get her caught up, but it wasn't enough, especially considering that I was working 10-hour days and coming home and tired. And I just knew it was a situation where if I didn't act fast, the situation wasn't gonna turn around. So what I did was I prayed to God and I asked for a change. I was like, God, I want to move somewhere. Now, at first, I thought God was gonna tell me another part of my city. You know, worst case scenario, another part of my country. But Medellin, Colombia came in my head. And then after that, it was like Medellin. And I started researching it. And the more I researched it, the more I bought into it. And I actually saw the benefits of going to Medellin. Some people have said.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you listening to any type of expat in Colombia?
After I decided on moving to Medellin.
Okay, gotcha.
I found AK Joe's Colombia and I found Medellin Buzz. Shout out to AK Joe's Colombia and Medellin Buzz. I want to address this too. I do not know if you're watching me, the Andrew Show, because you like tagged me in several things, and like I'm finally giving you the attention because on here I'm explaining the reasons why I decided to go to Colombia. One thing I don't like that you have done, and this why it's like you said, oh, you want me to come on your channel with Homie's Hub, and the reason why I haven't given you that, because really it's fuck you, is because first of all, I've noticed the shade, the little slick stuff that you said when you're talking about me. But not only that, sir, have been one of the ones who have continued to, even though I've given my reasons for going to Colombia, you and your guests continue to make it seem like the shit that I'm saying is so far-fetched. And it's really not, sir. I've said several times, and I'm going to skip over this part, that one of the reasons why I moved to Colombia was to homeschool my daughter, right? So it was to homeschool my daughter. And then somebody on your panel, and you didn't even give any pushback, was like, well, if that was the case, then she could have did that in America. Sir, then the obvious reason why I chose to do that in Colombia and not America is because I still have to take care of my child and provide a living, right? I'm a single mother, right? Y'all like to bring that up all the time. So it was not cost effective to do that in Colombia, in the United States. I had to move to Colombia so that I could work less and have time to homeschool and still be able to pay all the bills. The math is mathing. Why y'all continue to act like this is such a mystery is beyond me. Furthermore, you continue to bring into question the Andrew show and why I moved to Colombia, even though I'm not really all that attracted to the Colombian men, or I wasn't out there just dating like that. And you keep acting like that is such an impossible or odd thing. And this is the reason why, sir. You're a man and I'm a woman. You are more worried about sex than me. Do you understand? I'm never, like, when I thought about moving to Colombia, men weren't even in the equation. I had been single for a minute. In hindsight, if you're a single person, is that probably the best thing to do, to move somewhere where you're not really all that attracted to the locals, especially if you know you might be open to the possibility of the relationship? Probably not. But like, it's not something I was pressed about. And why you keep making it seem like that's such a weird thing, and it's not just you, all these other men in the space. Why? It's very obvious. I was not over here thinking about eggplant 24/7 when I made the move. It didn't even come into, it wasn't something I thought about. So y'all keep on trying to insinuate that I'm lying. Y'all keep on saying I'm not like, oh, she over there fucking locals. Yeah, Andrew show, you be being very messy and petty and shady like a little high school girl. I'm gonna be honest. And it's like, if I would have seen like, babe, when he talks about issues about me, even if he don't all the way agree, he handles it in a very fair and mature way. And he don't be throwing no slick shade. He be very much saying what he want to say. Y'all be being fucking shady on y'all panels, then be like, oh, I want to have her. Bitch, I ain't never coming on your show. Because you messy like a little high school girl. And y'all notice anytime I talk about somebody on my show, I don't throw no slick shade. I say what I want to say with my chest. And if I show a comment and I see somebody being shady toward another YouTuber and I don't agree with it, I don't just put it up there and not address it. I address the comment and then I be like, but I don't really agree with what you're saying, because y'all see, it be so many people on my channel being shady towards other YouTubers. And when I do throw it up, I understand you want to acknowledge your chat. I'm always very sure to make it very clear, but I'm not really rocking with what you're saying. But people will be wanting to say stuff themselves, and instead of them just saying it, they put it up on they put it in the comments and then smirk and laugh and do all that. Bitch, fuck you. So Andrew Macias, he's a Colombian that was illegally raised in the United States, who got deported and moved back to Colombia. And he had the benefit of being raised with an American business mindset. And so he was able to make himself a lot of money in Colombia and really build from the bottom, you know? So these were the people that I were listening to help prepare me for my move. And one of the benefits, people are like, well, you can homeschool your kid in Colombia. Yeah, but in the United States, yes, but the bills have to get paid. So the benefits of me for moving to Colombia or any Latin American country where the cost of living is lower, you can effectively shorten your workday and have time to homeschool your child and the lights still be on where you're at, you know? So that was my number one priority. And then of course, the Spanish in Colombia, they have the best Spanish. I wanted to expose my daughter to an environment with that young. And the climate in Medellin, Colombia is awesome. It's spring all year round. And also I did not want to drive anymore. Living in Texas, we see a lot of accidents. some of the most terrible accidents you will see in your life are going to be in Texas. And I wanted to be somewhere where they had a really efficient public transportation system, or Uber was cheap, or I didn't want to own a car. I have not gotten behind the wheels of a car since Christmas 2024 when I went and visited my mom. So I don't like driving. Mm-hmm.
Well,
so those are all the reasons why I moved in. They're the real reasons.
Gotcha.
Hey, Romeo.
Gotcha.
So let me ask you a question. And we'll button it up after this, because again, like you said, you gave your reasons, your birth into. So was this the first? Colombia was your first time traveling internationally?
No. Oh, no. I had been to other places before. Before I moved to Colombia, I had been to Colombia before. I had just went to Cartagena. When I came to Medellin, I had never been to Medellin, but I was just so confident that God was leading me there and the research that I was doing that I hit the ground running when I came.
Okay.
It was not a problem.
So now setting that aside,
because I know y'all came here for all of this
traveled
stuff
before internationally, because I don't know why certain people in this space.
But I'm gonna show y'all what I'm eating. I had this salad. I got me a little salad because it's too late at night to really be eating anything else. But let me move on to the panel. And just prostitutes. I remember this kind of being a little bit of phenomenon when I was a dancer. So I think this was an interesting thing that I wanted to talk about, right? So I'm just going to give y'all some pretext. Here we were talking about how like a lot of times American men are comparing the women abroad, American women, to prostitutes when they go abroad. Now, in all fairness, I will say I do see what American men are saying when they're saying at surface level, women abroad come off. Let me be clear. Come off as more traditional or more feminine. And in certain countries, they put more effort into their looks. But once you get into these societies, you will notice that it's not necessarily the case. I've talked to plenty of American men who have told me in public, their Colombian girl or their Dominican girl laid hands on them or cussed them out. Two-piece they ass, okay? Or was acting or literally just like threw a whole temper tantrum, some shit they ain't never seen before. And I've also talked about in this live how the same complaints y'all have about American women, the men abroad, local men abroad have the same complaints. But I also am in this clip going to make a comparison about how men view a stripper in the United States versus their wife at home. Obviously, okay, if you compare your average dancer to the regular women walking around in the United States. No, I wasn't selling cootie cat because I made enough money I didn't have to and I wasn't greedy. But like, if you go to the strip club and then you go home and you complain to your wife, why doesn't she look like the average dancer? What these men don't understand is like that was my job to go to the gym. Like it's my job to go to the gym. It's my job to do my makeup. And it's my job to keep my hair in tip-top condition. It's my job to climb this pole and provide you some sort of entertainment. And yes, it's absolutely my job to sit here, listen to you, and stroke your ego so that you can spend your money. Yeah. That's my job. Your wife doesn't have to do that. I mean, if you want to make money as a dancer, you have to learn your customer. What a lot of y'all don't understand when y'all are going into these countries, no, it's not the strip club. It might be the hostro. It might be parquilleras. It might be Sasua. It might be a dating app. These women that are coming to get your money, they're going to be very good at their job. You're not like, what is the point if you're not? You want to provide the man with the best experience possible. Same thing with the dancers. The dancer, that your average dancer in the United States is a caricature of a woman. Why? We're coming with our work every day. We're working like 8 hours in heels. You got on these sexy outfits. When you're with us, we're telling you you're like the best person ever. Or we're finding things about you to stroke your ego that we know like, oh, you're going to feel good about this, right? is going to keep you spending your money. If you are worth your salt in those industries, you're going to be wise to be good at that. It's the same thing with the women when you go abroad. They know you have money in your pockets. So I do believe it's unfair to compare those women with American women who don't necessarily need your money. Well, hey, it is some strip clubs where the bar is in hell. I remember the first time being in Colombia, a lot of the men told me that the women there are horrible. Yes, Colombian men complain about Colombian women all the time. I heard the same in Peru and the Philippines. These men be selling y'all fantasy, and part of it is because they don't have any in-depth understanding of the cultures and the places that they're traveling to. That because she has equal partnership with you in the relationship, but also I don't have anything to do outside. Like when I'm not on the clock, my job is to prepare to look good, and my job is to develop my social skills. So even just trying to compare the average American dancer to a regular woman is not fair. And had I not been getting paid, you would see a completely different version of me.
Right. And I was going to say, and at the end of the day, you said that perfect, Mariah. The part that's also left out, at the end of the day, you don't give a fuck about them, the client, outside of financial transaction.
Exactly.
Didn't say it.
Yeah, it's not going to sell it to you, of course.
No, I'm not talking about selling the physical part, even the time.
Yeah,
like,
but the time,
I'm not even giving you my
sell you the experience,
right?
Because why would you that's just good customer service. Right. If I want you to spend your money, or maybe I want you to come back to this club and ask for me, right? Maybe I can create some type of residual customer attitude. Well, then of course I'm gonna have to provide you with the pleasant experience. That's just the cost of doing business. Right. It doesn't mean, but here's the thing. Nobody wants to keep returning to a dancer that has a bad attitude. Same thing with these working girls. That don't mean they don't have a bad attitude. That means they know how to behave when they're on the clock. Some men will, and I never lied and told a man, "Oh, I want to be with you," or "We're gonna leave here. I'm gonna leave here with you." I didn't none of that. But my job was to make them feel good about themselves and find things about them that I could highlight while we were together and spending time at that club. You get what I'm trying to say? So,
so let me ask you this.
Your wife doesn't, she has a choice whether or not. So that would look like this. I might see a man and he look like a troll in the face. Have a Beetlejuice face. Andrew, you be talking shit. Do you want to come up? You want to come up? You be talking shit, bro. You be being shady. I be seeing the shit you be doing. You don't be like outright talking shit, but you be talking shit low key. So I had to finally say something to you. Period. But I'll let you come up. You let me know what you're trying to do. And we can address it. And I'll let you talk. I'll be nice. What was I gonna say? I might say something like a dude might have an ugly face, but he might have strong muscles and look like he work out. I can lie and tell him he handsome and look good in the face. But if I'm gonna make you feel good, I'm gonna say, "Oh, you look like you work out." Okay, that was truth. That wasn't a lie. But guess what? It's a way to stroke his ego without telling a lie. My favorite live on Drew's show, he crashed out on the homie tub. No, I didn't know the homie tub crashed out. That's not what her income is based off of.
So let me ask you this. So why do you think they don't? Because that's a very interesting point that you brought up. Because if you said,
I'm not gonna do him like I do the homie tub, because he ain't violated this bad. Like homie tub be violating. And then here's the thing. Andrew, as long as you don't get on here and be playing dumb, don't come on here. Homie Sub will get on my channel and immediately start off with a motherfucking lie. Wrong. And then here's Homie Sub game plan. He wanna bombard you so much with lies that you're confused because he done said so many lies in one breath that you just forget the point that you had to address. That's his whole game plan. You ain't been here since the beginning, Andrew. I said, I invite her on your show. You be pulling up comments about me, and then you be smirking and laughing. You will find the shadiest shit. Pull it up and smirk and laugh. Now, when I pull up negative comments about other YouTubers, I be like, nah, I don't agree with that. I'm gonna be up here smirking and laughing unless it's known that I got a upfront, outright beef with them that I done said with my chest. Another thing you did, I don't like how you was trying to insinuate that I'm lying when I said I wasn't thinking about men when I came to Colombia, right? You said a couple things. Then it was another one where you and your guest brought into question because I said I was in Colombia to homeschool my daughter, and y'all was like, that don't even sound right. Like, it's just you be trying to be shady, Andrew. You be trying to be shady. You do be trying to be shady and messy. The way you conduct your stuff around me, it be messy. You don't be outright full stop, but you be being messy, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. So if you want to come up here and we can talk about it, I'll let you. But you be being messy. I be seeing it. And that's why even though you done tag me and stuff, I ain't come on your show. Because I feel like if I come on your show, you're going to try to use it as an opportunity to be messy, try to ambush me, to try to... And I'm going to tell you right now, if your job is to try to get me in my feelings, y'all already know I be cussing folks out. Not even because I be being in my feelings, but sometimes y'all just deserve to get cussed out. It is what it is. Y'all play too much. So, Andrew, here, I'm going to drop the link. And then I think it's somebody that's a troll that be commenting like they you, and they be talking greasy.
Then told them a regular woman.
But they got your profile picture on their stuff. I done cuss that person out.
Against a stripper in America, they would see the difference. You know what I'm saying? They would always say, "Oh, no, she's
be surprised."
Right, but the way I hear them talk in the space, because the way they sit there and demonize your background, they talk about a dancer as if like she's the worst thing in the world. But I'm like, but this.
They wouldn't speak about me in this way if they felt like they had sexual access to me, and there lies the main problem. Absolutely. So, for example, I don't know if you've been keeping up with DJ Academics, with him and Brittany Renner. She's a social media influencer. Right. Yeah. They've had their back and forth. Mind you, this past couple weeks, DJ Academics has been dating Daphne Joy. Well, who is Daphne Joy? That's 50 Cent's baby's mama, who also participated in freak-offs with 50 Cent and had all kind of nasty things done to her, right? And he's like enamored. He has nothing but positive things to say about Daphne Joy. Meanwhile, you know, he scrutinizes Brittany Renner over her public relationships and her baby daddy and, you know, the business she's dated. Well, well, supposedly they were supposed to be doing business together, but that fell through because Academics got in his feelings. I would argue that Daphne Joy started talking shit. Wait, but you know, it has more bodies than her, has engaged in a lot more filth than Brittany Renner. So what's the problem? Well, Brittany Renner won't give DJ Academics any play.
Right. But my question is this.
Let me say this, Rico. First of all, hey, Easy, we gonna I see you in there, man. I'm gonna bring you up, but I want Mariah to cook a little bit. And number two is, Rico, I don't understand how every time Mariah says something, you agree with her, like she right about everything, but when we say something, you don't fucking agree with it.
Because you stupid.
Well, let me say this. How you doing, John? How you doing, Miss Mariah? How you doing, Rico?
What's up, Easy?
I'm blessed. I'm in the gym. You know, but I'm trying to get it right. So listen. Rico, you do overgeneralize when it comes to men. I support you. I support you defending and taking up for black women, because I do the same, but let's not overgeneralize. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with you. I don't like people.
I was just trying to start some shit with Rico.
Go ahead,
no, I feel you.
No, let him go.
But me and Rico do agree. Me and Rico agree 100% on this. As black men who travel, because I'm not a passport bro. I first started traveling in the military. But as black men traveling, you don't have to trash on black women back in the States as your reason for traveling.
No
I will say, relationships.
No lie, and I said this before, I'm gonna say this again. I do not care about y'all dating foreign women. I've been dating outside my race since the first time I had a boyfriend. My first boyfriend was Mexican, and he was illegal. Okay. He ain't got deported yet, though. Shout out to him. He be evading ICE like a mug. Okay? My first boyfriend was Mexican. He was illegal. I have no business being upset with y'all for dating women from other countries. Okay? That's not the problem. The problem is when the stuff I be seeing that's in y'all group chats, y'all be talking like about black women like it's the fourth coming of the KKK. The fourth rising of the KKK. Then be mad, be the most fucking sensitive. Anytime somebody criticizes one of y'all or a subsection of y'all, then y'all be like, oh my God, she hates black men or they hate black. Y'all making it about all black men. When it's like, what? I seen the stuff y'all put in them group chats. The nerve of you. Yeah, he was illegal. And that's why he was a sweetheart though. Don't do that. He was sweet. I hope he don't never get deported. Okay. We were kids. What up, Blessed Aries? We were kids at the time. Andrew, I put the link in the chat.
Here in the States are out of whack. There's a serious problem. There's a serious problem. And I think at some point we're going to have to deal with it and talk about it. People like Kevin Samuels, even some women are calling it out. But hey, that's my opinion.
Okay, you're right.
But I'll also say this, I think, and this goes back to the fact that a lot of people, when y'all go abroad, y'all are not actually like entrenched in the cultures of the places that y'all are going to, or might not understand the dynamics. The same complaints that Americans have about dating culture in the United States, they're having these conversations, and they're having these conversations online publicly and especially in Latin America. I've heard the exact same complaints that American men make. Colombian people are making content on the same issues in their dating. They talk. That's why y'all gotta learn to speak Spanish, and y'all gotta follow these accounts that are on TikTok. Y'all know how Americans be making relationship content on the internet and doing all this for these skits and stuff like that? They be doing that too in these other countries in Spanish, talking about how terrible the dating pool is, talking about the issues with dating each other, and a lot of it be the same damn thing, just a different font. Especially when we talking about cheating, the cheating content, that's content they'll never run out of cheating content in these other cultures. To me about it.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you, maybe one or two, but I'll give you an example. The expectations on men in America are ridiculous. And yet there's something wrong if we have expectation on women when it comes to dating. When you take a woman out for a date and you're spending $150 for a night, what's your expectation of that? And she tells you, I mean, that might be the first date.
So
she don't want to do coffee.
Why are so many Dominicans and Colombian content creators Do y'all know that the expectation for men in these countries is to pay all damn bills? To this day, if the American woman really likes you, at the very least, most American women are going 50-50. Even in the hood, these American men, these Dominican men could be poor. That woman is looking at them like, you need to pay all the bills. Now, they will help him if he falls short, as will most American women if they're working and they got it. But these women work not so they can go 50-50 on bills, but so that they can have money for their other stuff they want to pay for over here. So this whole thing about the expectations that y'all have on America are higher on American men than men in other countries. No, it's not. And then on top of that, they expect, like Dominican men make memes all the time. Like Dominican women is cool, but they do be going off. Okay, they will beat you. And they about their paper, they about their money. The only difference is you as an American man, that burden is gonna be easier for you when you come over here because you are coming with a US dollar. You have access to more money. So you think the expectation is lower because it's easier for you. These Dominican men is not saying the same thing, baby. Okay, y'all, we have Andrew on the Andrew Show. Hi, how are you doing tonight?
How you doing, Miss Sincere? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. I told you I would be nice.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Don't come on here lying, no.
What I gotta lie about? Tell me.
I'm not saying that you are. I don't even think you finna come on here and lie. But I'm just saying, because everybody think I be going off for no reason. I only be going off on people when they come try to play with me. That's it.
Okay, I feel you. I got you. But how did I try to play you? Like, what did I do to get you upset?
It's been a few times that I see you review some stuff going on between me and the Homies Hub or Razor Ray's panel.
Okay.
So I went over there and I looked, and then you tagged me in a couple of things. And I noticed that in your chat, when people say something just shady about me, you highlight it and you put it on your screen. And a lot of times you be like smirking or laughing. And I'm like, okay, what you trying to do? You trying to be funny?
Am I trying to be funny?
Yeah.
When I smirk and laugh?
Yeah.
No, I just find it entertaining.
Why?
I mean, it's just entertainment.
But why would you find negative comments about me entertaining?
Because I don't perceive you as those negative comments.
But do you understand?
Listen, I've watched you. I'm not your enemy. I'm just letting you know. I watched you from when you was putting up clips on Instagram, and I actually liked your content. I said, you know what? She's speaking some real shit, and I became a follower of yours. So I'm not here to disrespect you, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? I listen to your content. I fuck with your content. All I said was, when you mentioned Passport Bros, it's like you opened up a different Pandora, where you had a lot of men that was supporting you, right? But they also was part of being in that travel space. Mm-hmm. So when, you know what I'm saying, when you started to kind of talk about predominantly, you know, Passport Bro, black men issues, I agreed with you, but I also thought that maybe there were certain things that you didn't quite understand what was going on.
Like what?
Well, people in the space could be very, very savagey. You know what I'm saying? Like, very disrespectful, like, to its core. I've seen it. You know what I mean? I've experienced it. I've been around people that you know, it was my mistake. I should have did more paperwork on people, but they ended up having criminal records, and I didn't know about it. So there's things that I've experienced in this travel space that I was younger at the time. So my whole idea in this whole experience in this space was to meet people and, you know what I'm saying, connect with people. But my spirit is a little different. I don't move like I'm territorial or I'm out to be vicious and cruel to people. You know what I mean? So I've seen a lot of ugliness in this travel space. I've seen men who have I want to keep it PG-13 on your channel, but you know, TS records, you know, and it made me do a setback a lot on things. And I said, damn, like, you see it. You know how crazy it is. I ain't got to explain it to you. So there's a lot of things there's a lot of things you said that I do agree with. I just think that there's certain people that you're not aware of. And there may be certain people that may say certain things to you about me, how I'm out here being gossy. I'm being gossipy and all this other shit. All I do is do reaction content. So if I see somebody doing certain things, I'm going to criticize on it. That's called constructive criticism. If you don't want to be criticized on something, then don't put it out there. You can't get mad at anybody for only watching what they see. But in a respectful way, I'm not going to come at anybody heinously. But if I see something that's out of control, I'm going to address it. That's all.
But it wasn't like, okay, I understand constructive criticism because people criticize me. I get it because I criticize people too. It's one thing to like constructively criticize. We know the difference between people when people are being when people are giving constructive criticism and when they're being shady. So when you would highlight them comments and then smirk, can you see how that would look like you being shady and messy? Because there have been times where people have dropped comments about YouTubers in my chat and I would highlight them because it was relevant to the conversation, but then I would address the comment. Like, I don't agree with this, or I'm friends with this person, or I know this person this way, so I don't agree with that. I don't know nothing about that because a picture or what your face on a video is worth 1,000 words. So I'm just saying, when you addressing like comments of somebody like trying to be messy, make fun of somebody, insinuate certain shit, that's another thing. The people in your chat will insinuate that I sell pussy, and you bring the comment up, and it's like, okay. It's just like, I feel like if you're a creator in this space and you know that at some point we might run into each other if we're traveling, or we work with each other, right? And then it's kind of like your responsibility, unless you really don't, because there's certain people in this space, I really don't care. Like, I'll sit up and talk shit about NYC the future all day. And because guess what? If I was to see him, I would say the exact same thing. And at the end of the day, I don't think his actions were right. Same thing with Homies Hub. I'll get on here and talk shit about the Homies Hub. But it's also certain people in this space that people will come into my comments and talk shit about. And because I have not had any negative interactions with them, nor have they just really did anything that's super out of pocket, I try my best to let it be known that I'm not condoning shit. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? I try my best to keep it cute unless I know I really just want that with it.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna say this. I can't control what the chat says, neither can you.
Of course.
Well, people are gonna have right. So people are gonna have their opinions of what they think, whether it's directed criticisms towards me or directed criticisms towards you. So I don't really focus on the chat. I just let them be. So if there's something that might be a little bit of could cause some a curiosity, I might read it out, but it's not me directly intended on targeting anybody that's a guest or anyone that I'm talking about. Because if you watch my shows, I always say, hey guys, what do you guys think about this? Or I have like different scenarios where it's more opinionated stated to where people can make a choice on who they believe is right or wrong in this situation. So my intent is not to target you. If you felt like I was targeting you, then I apologize that you felt that way. but it wasn't a target towards you. I wasn't targeting you.
Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Another thing I didn't like that you did, that I didn't like that you said. Now I've come on here and I've told y'all my reasons for moving to Colombia several times, right? And I continue to tell y'all that dating was nowhere in the equation. So you brought this up and was like, yeah, she's saying she's not attracted to Colombian dude, but that don't even make any sense. So it's kind of like when you keep saying that, you're insinuating that I'm lying, right? And I'm not lying. So when y'all keep questioning that, it's like it's an insinuation that I'm being dishonest about my motives. I know a conversation came up about me homeschooling. You were speaking with somebody else and y'all were trying to make it seem like that it didn't make sense for me to come to Colombia to homeschool. I could do that in the United States when it makes perfect sense because that's the math on it. It's way cheaper to lower your expenses. The bills got to get paid. I'm a single parent. I can't stay at home in the United States. And even in Colombia, I still had to work. But the thing was, now I can work less because the bills are cheaper. And it's like no matter what I do to explain to y'all my reasons for moving, y'all keep trying to make it seem like I have some type of hidden motive or I'm not being completely forthcoming. And I really don't understand this mentality.
Okay, well, I guess what it is for most people who travel, who's been to Colombia quite a few times, we don't normally hear stories of single moms that are from America that are moving into Colombia. You're pretty much one of the first to get a lot of news like that. So it grows a curiosity within the travel space because let's just keep it honest, right? We know what's in Medellin, right? We know what's in Medellin, what a lot of men go there for. So for the most part, I think it comes to question is why would a single mom want to bring a child into an environment when we know there's a high rate of pros. I'm trying to keep it respectful in your channel. Pros, crimes, drug
So you can say what you want to say.
Yeah, but I'm trying to keep it. I'm respecting your channel. I'm on your platform, so you know it's Brian French. Yeah. So, and to that degree, it just becomes a curiosity. Like, why are you there for? Like, why? What made you want to take that leap of taking a chance out there and possibly putting your life and your daughter's life in jeopardy? You know what I'm saying? Just respectfully.
Yeah, so do y'all understand how I'm gonna flip it? Do you understand why that could come off as a crazy question to me? Because there's the news, there's the press, but the vast majority, if you walk around most of Medellin, there's no prostitutes. That's relegated to certain areas in the city. So for example, there are places that you can live. Thank you, Tiny Sag, for the Sunday. I would say majority of the time I was in Medellin, I lived in Envigado, which is on the south side of El Poblado, right? There's no parqueyeras over there. There
Absolutely.
are no, you barely even see a prostitute. It's very safe. It's very family oriented. So when I hear people say these things, especially if they're living in Colombia, maybe I can understand it from a tourist perspective, right? But I'm like, if you live here, and this, I don't think you live in Colombia, but this is like to the ones that live here. I'm like, if you live here, that's like such a small part of the story. Furthermore, we have a parents group in Colombia, and this is for the expats who are part of these Medellin communities. I'm far from like an anomaly. There are many single parents living in Colombia. We have a parents group of over 400 people. There are a lot of single moms in there. There are a lot of single dads there. There are a lot of families living there with their children. I guess I'm different in the fact that I'm the only single. Maybe I'm not the only one, but to go viral on like Instagram, I'm the only single mom that's doing it. But I'm far from an anomaly. This is actually becoming more and more commonplace for families of many different structures to move to Medellin, because Medellin is actually, in my opinion, one of the best places that you could raise a kid if you know where to live, because they're very child oriented. So it's just it for me. Again, especially when I hear the creators that live there act like it's just such a crazy decision, I'm so confused, because I'm like, what are you doing every day on a day-to-day basis that you don't understand this? Like, how are you're like, what are you doing while you're there? Are you just going to the park, paying for prostitutes, maybe going to the gym and going to some restaurants and going home? How are you immersing yourself in the culture if you still have to wonder why me as a single parent would choose to move to Medellin?
Okay, well, like I said, I didn't have any personal issues with you moving to Medellin. I mean, I've had maybe people that come on the show and they voice their opinions on what they think, but I even said, okay, well, maybe she might be bringing something new to the table. Let's see how it plays out, you know. But
Yeah.
my thoughts were still in a way of, I've been to Medellin before, but also you said something about attraction, like the men that you're attracted to, right? I think it's to the degree you said that you're attracted to mostly Latin men. Is it like
No.
men
So the
who are-
question was, what was my type? Puerto Rican. So go ahead.
Okay.
If I had to pick a look, like a look, and when I say Puerto Ricans, even that can confuse people. The men, most of the men that I date, they look like me. If they speak Spanish, they look like me. They just be taller. That's it. They taller and look like a man.
Oh, okay. So none of the men in Colombia, you weren't attracted to none of the men out there?
No, not in Medellin. And the reason, now, hold on, wait. I dated a man in Colombia for about 6 months. And he was the only cute one that I could find, right? But he was tall, he was handsome, he had his own thing kind of going, right? Out of all the other men, I never saw anybody that I liked. So when I stopped dating him, I just chose not to date. And the reason being is because the men in Medellin are shorter. They're more like bajito. They're shorter, right? And they're very tiny, and they're more like blanquitos. Like they're very like white with, you know, loose curls to straight hair. They just don't really have the features that I prefer.
Is that what made you move?
No, that's not what made me move. So honestly and truly, the reason why I'm like, okay, I like Dominican Republic better is because here's the thing about Colombia. If you want to participate in regular day-to-day activities, right? If you want to be in a community where you're like doing the gym, if you want to participate in co-working communities, if you want to go do running clubs, if you want to go do language exchanges, if you want to go do family events, then Medellin is a really amazing place. And generally those activities are safe. But what I found myself doing in Medellin, and what I'm trying to prevent myself from doing here too, is that I just was not participating in any type of nightlife activities at all. I would just kind of get locked into like the discipline part, right? And so when I came here, I was like, you know what? It's easier when first of all, when I went out, they listened to more of the music I like. The culture here is more, another thing I like about this is the culture here is very, very similar to African-American culture. I've said this before, Dominican culture is like African-American culture. If when we partied and stuff like that, there's the night ends with absolutely no drama, right? So for example, Dominicans will be playing dominoes, cards. They'll be outside with their music blasting, all that stuff that we love to do in African-American culture in certain areas. But nobody gonna fight, and it ain't gonna be no shooting. And I'm not saying that happens every time we get together, but it happens more than what it should. So Dominican culture is just like African American culture. It's just calmer, is what I'll say.
Yeah.
So when you get somewhere and you see like, dang, these people are like my people, but it's just, you know, calmer. I felt more at home here. Does that make sense? Also, seeing people that I like people say Dominicans don't like Black culture, but it's just very Black over here. I don't know. So I feel like obviously me being raised on my African American side, to me, this is going to be the better option. And two, going back to what I said about wanting to start going out more, which I'm trying. I went out last night, y'all, but I only stayed in the club for like an hour. And I left.
Just an hour?
Back to just an hour.
That's it?
That's it.
Come on now. I know you be dancing a lot.
I'm trying, y'all.
You're not doing merengue? You're not doing dembow?
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Once you get into a mode where you're just so used to like working and you have a lot of responsibilities on your plate, it's just so hard for me to relax, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it was more difficult for me to do that in Colombia because I'm constantly thinking about especially during nightlife, scopolamine. And what I will say is Dominican Republic.
Women too. They be scoping women too.
They scope women too. That's
I
keep telling and I've said this before. This is why I never get on here when I see a man get scoped in Colombia for whatever reason. I never get on here and be like, oh yeah, that's what he get. Woo-de-woo. Obviously, if you're engaging in certain behaviors, you're more at risk of getting scoped, right? But you could really get scoped just being at your friend. You thinking you and your friend cool and they having a hard financial time and boom, you out of there. You know, they put something in your coffee. So Absolutely. You always got to be mindful of that. But even with just going out, it was very hard for me to relax in Colombia because I'm constantly thinking about getting scoped. Versus that's not really an issue here in DR. Of course, I watch my drinks, but I find myself being less on edge about getting scoped or robbed when I'm out and about at night. It is safer in those regards. But in Colombia, you can live a pretty safe life depending on what activities you're into, what neighborhood you choose to stay in, right? But honestly, I just feel way more comfortable here culturally because it's more similar to our country, our culture in the States.
Mm. So do you like arroz con pollo?
Arroz con pollo.
Arroz con pollo, yeah. Bacalao.
That's another. Yeah. The food here is good. The sancocho is good.
Tres
leche. The mofongo is good. Huh?
Tres leche for dessert.
The tres leche. The food here, I ain't gonna hold you. The food here is killing Colombian food. Like, it's not even close. The food here is way better.
Mofongo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I know it. I know it very well. I lived in DR for about a year, so you know.
Okay, so you know what I'm saying, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of like, where do you feel more at home, in Medellin or over here in Santo Domingo?
Oh, obviously Santo Domingo, definitely. But you have to explore. I mean, you know, I'm glad that you're having this experience as a woman and you're exploring and you're seeing different things. That's what I found out was unique about you, you know, and having that experience being in Medellin, you got a story to tell, and then you're in DR, and then you're going to have your stories to tell. So I think that's amazing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And one thing I want to say too is I know you were saying that when I came into you had to learn a lot of things when you came into this space, and that it's a lot of like snakes in the grass. Mm-hmm. And I definitely understand that. I think I came into this a little bit differently. I kind of got dragged into this space. So I don't know if you were here from the beginning, but the reason why people started noticing me, like I had a video go viral on Instagram responding to the passport bros. Originally, I don't know if you saw that very first video. This was before I talked about the condoms or anything like that. Thank you, Southfield Schwarzenegger.
All right, my bad. I shouldn't be smirking. You might get upset. You might kill me.
Now you're trying to be funny. Was because I was making regular Instagram videos about my day-to-day life. And I was not talking about passport bros or sex tourism at all. The men would come into my comments on dang near every video and be like, why is she there? Why are you there? This is a man's world. And it wasn't genuine curiosity. Damn, they following us everywhere. Why is she there? This is a man world. You don't belong in Colombia. They would leave so many of these comments. And I'm the type of person, I'm just going to respond in a video. I'm not going to be going back and forth with y'all in the comments because at the end of the day, that don't pay me no money. So if I'm going to respond, I'm going to respond with a video. But the thing was, the men were already up in my comments and I wasn't even saying nothing about it. Dang near every post I was making. So I made the video and then, but here's the thing with that. People saw the video and not the comment. So then the narrative turned into she inserted herself into this space. And it's like, that's not what happened at all, right? I was responding to a plethora of comments that I was getting. And then Homies Hub reviewed it and boom, I'm in here. But I think one of the major differences between me and a lot of the men in this space is that I didn't come into this with rose-colored glasses, like I'm coming into some type of brotherhood, right? I came into this knowing that to a lot of the people in the space, I was some type of target or that I would be disliked. So in that regard, I don't trust, I ain't really came in here trusting or with a false sense of who a lot of these people are. But at the same time, I have found a level of support in this space. And whether or not they hit the like or comment, the people in the bushes, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to get paid regardless. I appreciate you. But it is what it is.
So why do you think all the stigma hates come from? Why do you think? Because I've never been a hater. Like I said, I've watched your content since Instagram. You know, I saw your growth from there. So I was actually on your corner. I just thought it was kind of crazy how I got shot out like that. But hey.
Well, I apologize. Perhaps I misinterpreted. You said that's not your intention. So I do apologize. I know I be going hard. But I'm also not a fake person. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I just think that maybe you come across some people that you may touch a couple nerves. You know what I mean? But
I think
not in a bad way, though. Not in a bad way. Because I've listened, the men tuition dudes, they don't like me too much because I told them that, hey, you got pros on your yachts. You charging all these men all these money. And we all know once they get on the yacht, they got to pay for the pros. But they're feeding an illusion that you're going on this boat, you paying $1,000 for a ticket, and you're meeting these girls from a genuine experience. See, I call that bullshit because we all know
that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, but I was for you, and I agreed with everything you said. I was like, you know what? She got it. And I think when you expose certain things and you get to the truth of things, people have a dislike for you.
I think so too. I think part of it is, of course, part of it is going to be that I'm a woman saying it, right? And here's the thing. I'm not an ugly woman. If I was ugly, nobody would care. They wouldn't even tune in, right? I'm not saying I'm the baddest thing walking or nothing like that. But at the same time, I'm not hard on the eyes.
Nah, you'd be surprised. There's some ugly girls that got content too. They be pushing numbers.
Yeah, but what are they normally doing? Talking shit about other women. If you ugly, that's how you get on and stay on. You talk shit about pretty women. And you agree with everything the men are saying. Most of the time, that's the case. I'm coming into this, I believe like I'm probably, one of the most balanced people. I don't think you're going to find a woman more balanced than me on this issue. And I think it's very difficult, not that they don't exist, but it's very difficult to find men who are equally as balanced. But you're definitely not going to find a woman as balanced as me speaking on this. You're either going to find a woman that is completely just hates passport bros, telling y'all wrong, y'all should not be traveling, and the men shouldn't be traveling for sex at all, and are wrong and going to hell for paying for prostitution, all that. Or you're gonna find the women who were like F American women, you know, we're the bad guys, and yeah, go out here. So it's very difficult to find people with a balanced perspective, and obviously you're gonna have people that don't like you because of that. I think a lot of these men, we forget that a lot of this is tied to money too. So when I think about people like Mentuition or even the homies hub.
How old are these men anyways? They got to be in their younger 20s, right?
What men?
Well, the Mentuition guys, you know.
Oh no, you know, they're almost 40. And you know what? I'll give it to them. They do not look it. I think they're already 40.
Oh wow, okay.
Because that was one thing that them and the homies hub was arguing about. Because homies hub, you know, he's 30, so he didn't like that. You know, they would be going back and forth. He didn't like they would be trying to, you know, all that foolish drama. But no, because I think when I first met them, they were in their late 30s. But no, and homies hub talk about how they like over 40. But I will say this: they both don't look. I'm not saying they handsome. That's two different things. Understand? But they both don't look. They both look like they're in their 20s. So shout out to the skincare routine. But what it is with people like Mentuition and the Homies Hub is that this is a business for them. And they make their money off of selling a fantasy. When you have somebody like me that comes into the space and is on the ground and shatters that illusion, it's bad for business. And I get it.
Absolutely. Like I said, I like most of your content. I've never had anything negative to say. I mean, I may do a little bit of jokes here and there, but you gotta understand, I'm a very comical person, so I don't mean to put out things if it's in targeted. Like I'm saying things like, you know, if it comes off, you know, like I'm aggressive, but I'm not. But it may be certain
and
things
perhaps
I do.
I'm a bit sensitive at this point, but you got to understand.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I just did this panel that I'm reacting to.
You deal with boys.
Right?
I get it. You deal with a lot of boys.
I have to be a little bit aggressive in this space, because if not, these men will chew me up and spit me out. And then a lot of times they like to dogpile on me all at once. So I have to be a certain way. But for example, y'all see how Andrew just came on here, and some people not gonna like it because y'all probably expected him to come on here and disrespect me.
Yeah,
but we came here, explain what's the problem. He explained his side. I explained what I thought. We have not yelled at each other, cussed each other out, and let each other talk. But guess what? Andrew have also came on here, and he did not come over here to lie. You understand? He didn't come over here to lie, be messy, talk shit, start shit. You can get a sensible conversation with me. When you come on my panel and you start with a lie and start with the manipulation, that's when I get to acting a fool, because I don't like people who sit up and play games. But he didn't do that, so we had an amicable conversation. He came over here like a grown, mature man.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have a question about your background, if you don't mind me asking.
Okay.
Now you used to be a stripper, right? Do you think that brings like more negative attention from most men when they are thinking of a stripper giving advice on parenthood?
Yeah, of course it's gonna bring some negative attention, but at the same time, it shouldn't. And this is why. The only reason why I even talk about me being a stripper is because it's very relevant to the conversation, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know if you were watching when I was talking about my experience being working in the strip club on this panel.
I didn't really watch too much, but if you want to elaborate, I'll definitely.
Of course. So I talk about this often, about how a lot of the men that are in the travel space, when they're traveling, and a lot of them are not being honest about it, they're dealing with pros. And these are the women that they're showing on their YouTube clips and that they're inviting to their parties or whatever the case may be, right? And they're comparing these women to the average American woman. It's really an unfair comparison, right? And I use me being a stripper as an example, right? Now, I never sold pussy. I never you couldn't even touch my breast. I just was not that, like, here's the thing. I lived a very humble life when I was a stripper. And that's another thing that people have criticism about me now that I lived abroad, that I'm living abroad, that I'm not out here just trying to do it big. When I was a dancer, I never owned a designer bag. I don't have not one Gucci, Louis, Prada. The most expensive bag I had was a Gucci that my mama gave me. It was literally a gift. And what I bought for myself was some Michael Kors. I never had a luxury car. I always drove a used car, and I didn't have an apartment downtown. Y'all, these earrings are here. I gotta take them off. So my rent was $1,200. So why did I choose to live like that when I was a stripper? Well, if you're a stripper, you don't have to sell pussy. You make good enough money entertaining, being on that stage, giving some dances without having to sell pussy, right? What it is a lot of these girls, they kind of box themselves into a corner because they create a lifestyle for themselves when the club is up, when it's doing really good. And they create a lifestyle that now they feel pressure to sustain. So when they go into the club and they don't have a few good nights, now she finna go sell box. That was never my problem because I lived very, very humbly, even as a dancer, right? I was not, I made $2,000 tonight and now I'm gonna go buy a bag. I know a girl who made $30,000 in Miami, and you know what she did? She went and bought a car. Like, this is the type of decisions a lot of dancers are making, which forces them to sell box, right? So when I say I didn't sell box, I mean I never sold box because I did not live that lifestyle. People are not going to believe it. Okay. However, with that said, I brought it up because in the strip club, that is our job. So, for example, a man might go to the strip club and he might be like, these women here dress better, they're in better shape, they smell so good, they do their makeup, their hair is done, they're always on point when I come in here. And if you come into the strip club and that's the standard by which you are judging the women that are outside or your wife or the women that you're dating, it's a very unfair standard because that's my job. The entire time I'm putting my outfits together, I'm thinking about how I'm going to make the money back for the outfit I just bought, or how I'm going to make the money back for this face of makeup that I just paid a girl, a makeup artist to do, or the girl, how I'm going to make the money back for the wigs and shoes and whatnot. So guess what? If you're a stripper that's worth your salt and you understand that at the end of the day, this is a customer service job, you understand you have to cater to the man's needs. You want to get him to spend as much money as possible. So you might not like this man or be attracted to him. I've seen plenty of men who look like goblins in the face. He don't know I think he looked like a goblin in the face because you know what? I'm going to compliment him on his arms. Yeah, you look like you work out, sir. Now he thinking, ooh, she might like me. Guess what? You spending more money. I don't got to tell you I like you. I just have this.
Hey, but you want to know something though?
What?
You know how you can break a stripper's mindset?
Okay.
You know how to break up a stripper's mindset, right?
I know how to do what?
Do you think you know how to break a stripper's mindset?
How to break a stripper's mindset?
Right. Like, for instance, most strippers, they got to put on a mask to get money, obviously. You know what I'm saying? We all know that. But a lot of them have a past. A lot of them are going through a lot of emotional turmoil. I dated a stripper, so I know this. Most of them just want somebody they could relate to and talk to that has nothing to do with their work. That's how you break a mindset from not thinking it's all about money or transaction, because she's not getting it mostly from men that want to be in tune with who she is. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, I get what you're saying, and I can't really speak to that because the majority of the time that I was in a strip club, I had an actual like real boyfriend, and he wasn't like a boyfriend pimp. That, you know, so like I wasn't lacking that. And then when we broke up, you gotta understand, by the time we broke up, I was almost in my 30s, right? I was almost 30. So I wasn't coming in there from a place of brokenness when I went to the club. Like, I know what you're saying. There are a lot of young girls in there that are coming there, they're drinking every night, they're drugging, they're in and out of jail for stupid stuff. They're always in some riffraff, right? I only drank on Saturday and Sunday, not Saturday and Sunday, Saturday and Friday, and sometimes not even both days, because I, you know, when I came down from the top of that pole and hit that split, yeah, I don't need to feel this pain. I didn't drink so I could cope with my environment. I wasn't in there doing drugs. I wasn't in there getting arrested and going and doing these after parties and having sugar daddies. I left the club and went back home to my boyfriend at the end of the night. And we didn't have a tumultuous relationship. While we were in a relationship, he was a very good boyfriend. He paid the majority of the bills. And I mean, I wasn't coming from a place of trauma when I was in the club.
Right. Okay. Your parents.
But I can see I see what you're saying. It's just, I feel like some men tried to try me like that when we were in the club, but it just didn't work the same way as it would when, you know, we're talking about these girls who were 18, you know, between 18 and 25, and they're coming from they might have got kicked out the house, or they're runaways, or they're still dealing with trauma and abuse from their childhood. Yeah, they would get caught up. They would get caught up with these men and all kind of stuff like that. But that genuinely, I can say, this is why I don't mind talking about my experience as a stripper. I can genuinely say that I had a very, very positive experience as a dancer. So much so that it helps me. I bring it up when I'm talking about men and things like that, because it's very relevant to the conversation. I was a person who it was my job for 5 years to study men.
So,
or else I wouldn't go make no money.
Right. So do you think if a man was genuinely interested in you and you were still a stripper, could you spot those signs? Or would you just think he's a regular customer if you didn't have a boyfriend?
Well, I never dated customers, just as a rule.
Oh, okay.
So if I met you at the strip club, we were never ever going to be a thing.
Okay.
I don't care how good you looked. I seen some handsome men in the strip club try to date me. It was just a rule that I had. Like, I'm one of those people who, it would be very difficult for me to see you as anything other than a customer if that's how I met you.
Gotcha. So your mindset is just on I'm on hustle mode.
That was it. It wasn't a party to me.
Yeah.
A lot of girls are like, oh, I get to party and work, and I never viewed it as a party because I didn't want to be there. I'm gonna be honest. I had a pleasant experience there, but I'm not a party girl. So, for example, when I turned 21, I used to be like, oh, I can't wait till I turn 21 so I can go buy me a drink. As soon as I turned 21 and could do it, I rarely ever drank, right? And then, like, now, in some of these places, they be like, oh, you're not going out every weekend. I'm not a party girl. I don't like going out every weekend. I would have to drag myself into the strip club because I don't like the nightlife. But once I was there and all that, I'll say overall, I had a very pleasant experience working in the club. It was good to me for what it was.
That's dope. It seemed like you got your head on right, because you know, I dated a stripper, like I said, and my experience, it wasn't that great. She came from a history of problems, so
yeah, that's the majority. That's the majority, and that's why I can understand when men are skeptical and they be like, or they put certain things on me because that's the norm. I'm the exception to the rule. Am I the only exception to the rule? No, there were other exceptions. But I say yes, the majority of girls who work in the strip club eventually end up selling box, right? Majority of the strip clubs, girls that work in the strip clubs, they have a criminal record. Majority of the girls that work in the strip club are doing substances and or develop alcohol problems and things like that, or get into abusive relationships. And thank God the entire time I was there, I never fell into any of those traps because I knew that they were there. But here's the thing, I started dancing when I was 24. I didn't start dancing at 18. Maybe the situation would have been different. So I came in there already have been to college and had a child. The only thing that drove me into that situation was that when I came back from school, I didn't realize that all these people from California and New York had moved to Texas, and that had completely driven the housing market up, right? Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, the jobs just were not keeping up. So it's like I left college and it was in one economy in Dallas, and I came back and I was just not able to absorb the shock of the change, right? I was like, we went from $500 rent to $1,500 rent. And the job I got only wanted to pay me $2,000 a month. So I
feel it.
Yeah, so I went because I was driven there not through trauma or not through greed. I was literally driven there for survival.
That's dope. I mean, so what are some things that, like, what are your goals? Like, what do you want to accomplish out of this whole space?
Well, honestly and truly, I don't really, in terms of what I have going on YouTube, this is really like I'm figuring out as a journey, to be honest. I know eventually I want to grow my platform to where I'm doing more on the ground content. It's just I'm building. So like I have my own website where I teach Spanish on there, right? So I teach Spanish on my website. I do consulting for people who want to move abroad. Shout out MariahSincere channel for any of y'all who want to book Spanish classes or want to move abroad. It's in the description box. I also have another thing that I'm working on that it's actually really big, but I can't talk about it because it's under contract. This is one of those situations where I don't really have any long-term goals because I'm too busy trying to keep up with what's coming my way in the present. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I haven't even had time to catch myself. I haven't even had time to just sit and breathe.
You ever thought about owning like an adult nightclub? Like a business, like sort of like an investment? I mean, since you do have experience in in how the business kind of runs, right?
If I was gonna do something like that, I don't know if it's really profitable right now, because you gotta understand, I've seen those ups and downs in terms of business, right? And all it takes is one government regulation to completely dead that business. Kind of like, for example, in Dallas, I worked at a club that was open till 6 o'clock in the morning. Now they changed the law to where all the night adult clubs, the strip clubs, whatever adult industry club had to close at 2. Well, now you're competing with the regular club. Whereas people used to leave there and you would get that business because you were after hours. So I think it's a very, very risky business to get into. I also think in terms of like, you could own the business and you can put managers, but managers might make separate deals. If you're not really hands-on with it, then you do leave room for a lot of trafficking and things that shouldn't be going on in the club to happen. I don't think I would want that risk or that liability. If I was going to do something like that, it would more so be like with Jocelyn. You know how Jocelyn, she has her cabaret, and she doesn't have a standalone place where she's responsible for the overhead and all the employees. They travel and do the show. And I think that is much better. And over time, you'll probably bring in more revenue and be able to hold more doing that.
Okay. You know what? I'm just going to throw this out of the hat. I can actually see you doing tours.
Well, that would like tours in Santo Domingo.
Yeah, like I mean,
that's my next step.
You got a huge audience.
Yeah, so that's something I want to do. I'm one of those people though. I move slow and you have to give me time, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to put together something fast. If I'm going to do a Santo Domingo tour, it's going to be a very good mix of, you know, the high-end stuff us Americans like to do when we travel, but also a local experience. And I would love to build a very competent team. So I thought about that. And that is another reason why I chose to stay here instead of Colombia, because I'm just being honest, I love Colombians. It's much more difficult to do that in Colombia and build a trustworthy team that's going to be consistent. It's much more difficult to do that in Colombia than in the Dominican Republic. Gotcha. And that's for cultural reasons.
Gotcha. I could definitely see you doing something like that, or probably moving to Kick, and then you could, you know, do some vloggings, and also, you know, also vlog your tours. You could show off nice houses, right? Real estate.
Yeah, people keep asking me about that, and there's so much room for investment here in Dominican. It's way cheaper to buy a property and to get a property here in Dominican Republic than in Medellin, Colombia. You know, the market is pretty saturated. Justin says, "Hey, Mariah, just arrived in Medellin today. I dressed business casual and customs were friendly. They cleared me without any issues." Very good. Very good. So everybody keep DC born. Rod has told y'all. I have told y'all how you present yourself is very important when you go through immigration in Colombia.
Well, I mean, I hope that you do have that type of series. I think that'd be dope. You know, I'll definitely stay in tune.
Okay, yeah, no, for sure. No, hold on. I didn't hear what you said about Kick.
No, okay. So Kick is something that a lot of it's newer, broader audience that people are doing when they do like what's it called? URL kind of content when they're like live. So it tends to grow more of an audience, and it's not so insaturated where you can say certain things without being demonetized. So
okay, wasn't that boy Johnny Somali? He got himself in trouble on there.
Well, I mean, I don't even think he was on Kick, but I don't know what the hell he was doing, to be honest with you. I don't think he was on. I don't think Kick was around at the time, but that boy is disgusting. The shit that he was doing with the statues.
What was he doing?
Johnny Somali.
But what was he doing to the statues?
Oh, I mean, you didn't hear. You know, he got arrested, right?
Well, I know he's in jail because he was over there making comments about the government. Where was that? In North Korea or where?
I think it was North Korea, but
he said all kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, but he was doing things with the statues, like recording.
What was he doing? He was goosing the statues.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to be locked up. Something ain't right.
Yeah, he was crashing out. My boy was crashing out heavy. So yeah, it was that bad.
But is there a way to make revenue on Kick, or do people just get on there to promote something?
I mean, you can make revenue. It's I don't know too much about it because I don't use Kick, but you know, it's usually what a lot of, you know, I mean, a lot of Gen Zs are doing. I'm not in that age bracket, but you know, a lot of younger kids are more in tune with it, and they get a lot of broader audience. So, I mean, maybe something to look at.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Thank you for suggesting that. But yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I am going to be putting together a tour package for y'all, but it's going to be good. And I'm going to make sure y'all have a good time. But it's going to take some time, y'all, because y'all got to understand I just got to the Dominican Republic, right? So anything I put my name on, it's got to be thoroughly researched. And it's got to be, so I have to be able to stamp it and know that you're going to be satisfied. So y'all got to get, I'm still in the exploratory phase.
Okay. I'm just gonna tell you something too. I got a lot of weirdos that hate on me on this space too. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay. So there might be some people that may say certain things about me which is inaccurate and untrue. And that will make up things because you know, you gotta understand how this space goes. Like, especially if I'm talking to you, you know it. You're gonna have some men that are not gonna be too happy that I'm having a intelligent conversation with you. They're expecting for me to blow up on you. They're expecting me to say a whole lot of shit about you. But like you said earlier, we can have an intelligent conversation and we can talk about our differences without cursing at each other.
Yeah, of course. And to be fair, nobody has really come on my comment section and talked about you. One person today, finally today, after I said something to you, said you're messy, but they don't really, nobody came in my comments before and said nothing about you.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, listen, I only speak for what I see. I make constructive criticism. But as far as being messy, I can't be messy to things that's already out there.
Okay.
Like you see it, right, Mariah? Like if you see something and it looks messy, you're gonna talk about it. That's just constructive criticism, yeah. Right?
But I do be being messy.
You get messy?
Chat, do y'all think I be being messy?
I know you get messy. I know you do.
But I tell them, I say I'm gonna be messy, right? But here's the thing: when I'm messy, I like by the time I get messy, I don't care who's care about what was said. Like I'm being messy on purpose. So yeah, I do get on here and I'm messy sometimes. Now what I don't do is like I don't instigate stuff in between people, but I will be messy. Yeah, I will. But by the time I get messy, it's with somebody that we already openly don't like each other, or somebody just did some really foul off the chart stuff that I have to address.
Well, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I do instigate the shit. I love the bullshit. I love the drama. I'm not gonna lie to you. I fucking laugh at it. It's hilarious to me. But at the same time, I don't want to see nobody seriously get hurt. You know what I mean? Like I always say to everybody, let's keep the shit on YouTube. Like you got problems with somebody, talk shit, whatever. But just keep it to a minimum. It doesn't have to escalate off of YouTube, where people are just like trying to find personal information and want to get people fired from jobs and shit's fucking.
Oh yeah, they do the most. Yeah, they do. That's why I tell you, some of the men in this space, they worse than like a high school mean girl. Like they way worse than a high school mean girl. And one thing I didn't like that they kept on doing, especially the homies hub, and I know they don't got nothing to do with you. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. Continuing to drag my daughter and that situation into the equation. You know what I'm saying? Like it was to the point where you're taking it too far. I ain't talked about none of your family members, nothing like that. So continuing to drag my daughter into the equation, continuing to drag the co-parenting situation between my daughter's dad and myself when there's no problem. I've never come on here and bash my daughter's dad. Y'all never see it. You're not gonna go on any social media site and even see me talking about my daughter's dad, right?
What do you do?
But
where did that come from, though?
That came from the fact that he was making a lot of assumptions. So the assumption was because I'm in Colombia with my daughter, that her dad is not in the picture. Which no, so that was an assumption. My daughter been at her dad's house since June. So she goes every summer. She stays the entire summer and we switch off on holidays. But here's the thing: we've always had a long distance relationship. So this was the agreement before I even moved.
Oh, you
So
co-parenting. I got you. Yeah.
we've always lived long distance, had a long distance relationship, co-parenting relationship, right? Because we haven't been together or done anything since she was 6 months old. So whether or not I'm here in Dominican Republic or I'm in Texas, we have a long distance agreement for visitation. But see, he was up in my business and he tried to make it seem like we didn't have a good relationship, right? And then he was upset because my daughter's dad is on child support, right? And it's like, why are you upset? My daughter's dad is not upset. And the only reason why he's on child support is so we don't have to talk about money. But my daughter's dad, it's not like he's on an exorbitant amount of child support, right? And here's the thing about my daughter's dad. If I ask him to pay for anything for her, he pays. He's not like bitter about it or like, oh, you got me on child support. So I'm like, no. If I'm like, she needs a new laptop or can you take her school shopping or can you do this or she need that? He sends the money with absolutely no problem. So it's like we have a good co-parenting relationship. He understands I do majority of the primary parenting, which leaves him a lot of free time to go do what he wants to do. So we don't have any problems over here. He sees it as a fair arrangement. So I just didn't agree that he kept bringing my child up every time he did a live, and he kept bringing my co-parenting situation up and speaking on it as if he knew anything about it.
Wow. So that's what escalated everything. Okay.
I mean, yeah, pretty much, because then he tried to turn it into she hate black men because she got her baby daddy on child support. And then he tried, how he tried to rally the troops because he knows that's a big issue with black men in America being put on child support. And it's like, sir, that really don't have nothing to do with my daughter's dad because he's not even African American.
So wait, so hold on. So he's paying child support while also sending money at the same time?
He don't do it every time, but like, okay, this is not every month. So he paid child support. But like, for example, Tatiana broke her laptop. My daughter, she broke her laptop. So when she comes over there, he's gonna fix the laptop. Or if I call him and be like, hey, we went to the doctor, it's gonna be X amount, whatever. He sends the money to pay for the expenses. Or if I want to put her in any type of program, yeah, he absolutely will send money outside of child support. He never gives me no problems. He don't be like, go ahead.
No, I said that's dope. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Because what he understands at the end of the day, the amount of child support that he sends is only covering enough for the basics cost of her living. So any additional expenses outside, and here's the thing, he knows me. He knows I'll never ask him for, I try to cover it myself, right? But by the time I go ask him, it's needed. So he doesn't have a problem.
Do you think he would have a problem if, let's just say, hypothetically, right? You met a man and now you're in a relationship with a man who fits your tax bracket and he can take care of you financially, right? Would you still have your baby daddy on child support and still taking care of?
Oh yeah, because that don't have nothing to do with who I'm in a relationship with. We can be together and not together. No, he wants to take care of his child. So for example, I was in a relationship, majority of the time I was in the club. My daughter's dad was on child support. And again, anytime I asked, here's the thing about that guy who I was in a relationship with, he helped me a lot with Tatiana, right? But every now and then, because this is her dad, at the end of the day, our child is your responsibility. Every now and then I would go ask him for help for Tatiana, and he would never say, why don't you ask that? No, he would never do anything like that. That would never come out his mouth. He's not that type of dude.
Well, I mean, let's just say, like, if a man is seeing you, like he used to have a relationship with you, but he's seeing you with a man that's making maybe 10 times more money than what he's making, right? You don't think he might feel some type of way? Like, well, damn, I can be saving up my money here. And then you got this man taking care of my daughter and you at the same time. I mean, don't you think that may cause a little bit of a friction?
I couldn't see my daughter's dad saying nothing like that, to be honest. He not that type. Like, you gotta understand, he come from a different culture. So
he's not that jealous. He ain't on it like that. Gotcha.
I'm not saying he not jealous, but like, you gotta understand, we've been out of a relationship for a very long time. He has a very good relationship with his daughter. So he don't mind breaking bread, like, for her. And every time she come over there, she running his pockets, all of that. Like, I could never, if anything, he the type that would try to do more. Oh, another man ain't finna outspend on my daughter. Like, that's his mentality. He not finna sit up there and be like, oh, another man doing it, so I'm finna do less. That's not his mentality. And they wouldn't, no. Like, in his culture, they not raised, hell no, never. If anything, he'd be trying to do more. Yeah, and I've been in a relationship with somebody that was helping me with her, and that just was not the case. Somebody asked if he was a good father, why you put him on child support? Because this is what I'm trying to say. Y'all make child support so emotional. Child support is a business agreement. What does that mean? A lot of the times, people might get in their feelings, right? This is what another thing y'all don't understand, and a thing that men are never gonna come on the internet and tell you. But especially if y'all are going through a breakup or some type of turmoil, a lot of men will, even if they can pay it, or they might be a good dad, but child support, I don't even want to say too much. Here's the thing. Child support keeps all the emotions out of the equation. What does that mean? It don't matter if y'all like each other today, don't like each other tomorrow. The child support is gonna get paid. It also is protection for you. Y'all don't think about it like this. So if you are with a woman and y'all are not married, in certain states, you could be giving her money regularly every single month. And she finally decide maybe after 10 years to go put you on child support under emotions, hurt feelings, whatever the case may be. You might have did something wrong. You might not, whatever the case may be. Guess what the judge can then go back and do? Put you on back child support for 10 years, regardless of whether or not you were giving that woman money. That's going to be considered a gift. So if I was a single male and I had to, or not even just that, let's say I was like, my daughter gonna go live with her dad, I'm gonna go put myself on child support to protect me from having to pay any type of back child support. We don't have to have a conversation about money every single month. It's automatically been done through the courts, and it's just less stress. So people were like, oh, because my daughter, I actually offered to take my daughter's dad off child support before we moved out the country. And he said no. So here's the thing. He got the money. It's something he don't have to think about. And he don't mind spending. It's not a judgment on his parenting. Y'all take things that are for business purposes and make it personal. It's not an indictment on who he is as a dad.
Right. I guess what it is sometimes it's kind of hard for most modern men to come to a realization that relationships can be worked out, and agreeing on doing a financial agreement between two co-parents, it can come to amends to where you guys don't have to argue or fight over each other over things. So, I mean, that it's a possibility. But nowadays, it's just kind of hard to see that. You feel me?
They don't see that because guess what? They're not thinking of the best interest of the child. And what I will say with my daughter's dad, at the end of the day, no matter what disagreements we might have, he will put whatever to the side and be like, is whatever I'm over here tripping about gonna benefit my daughter? Probably not. And he puts that all the way to the side. And a lot of the men don't understand that because they don't really fuck with their kids that hard. I'm just being honest, they don't. My daughter's dad really, really loves his daughter. Like, he would be devastated if something ever, like, he really, really loves her. So the stuff that a lot of these men would have a problem with, he just don't have a problem with. His mentality is her mom good? If her mom's good, she's going to be good because her mom is the one taking care of her most of the time. And a lot of these men can't fathom that. They make an enemy out of their baby mom. And then it's constant fighting in and out of court, constant bullshit. We just don't have that kind of relationship.
I got it. But some men are saying too that majority of the time women are using child support to support their lifestyle, not really to support their child. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, here's the thing. This is what they don't understand. By the time first of all, the amount of child support that majority of women get, if they're getting it, because I'm gonna tell you, all my other friends that they're child's fathers on child support, they're not paying it. They're not paying that money, right? But like, even if a woman is regularly getting this child support, if you do the math, it's not even covering food most of the time for the week, let alone the electricity that the kid uses. So what men don't understand is this. Women have to spend our money up front. And this is what the courts understand. We can't say, I gotta wait till this child support check comes to do things like buy food, pay for the electricity, the extra expensive. You can't live in a 1-bedroom apartment now. Now you gotta have at least a 2-bedroom, depending on how many kids that you have, right? That's another expense on you. Rent, water, school supplies, all kind of expenses that come with it. And then we're not even talking about emergency, doctor's visits, medication, clothes, all these things. Women are already spending their money on the kid all throughout the month. By the time the child support check comes, it's a reimbursement for a portion of those expenses. Not all of us had a baby by a baller that's sending us $5,000 a month. Right. It's just not what's going on.
So I got a question. Were you more happier in a relationship, like overall emotionally and financially?
I say, of course, when you're in a relationship, depending on the man, because it's not with every man, but I'm not being with a man that won't help me out financially. And when I say that don't mean he got to take care of me, but it's like, I'll say financially, being in a relationship is a better situation. I'll say too, emotionally, if it's a good and healthy relationship, of course. But, and then that depends on the relationship. So for example, if we talk about my daughter's dad, no, absolutely not. I was not better off in that relationship. And that's why we're not in that relationship no more.
I want to say something about my homie's help real quick. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you continue, but I had something I had to say. But go ahead.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about the relationship I had when I was dancing, absolutely. I was very happy in that relationship. And I guess I was kind of, I say I was a little bit more financially comfortable, even though I will say I started making more money after that relationship, to be honest, because I wasn't as focused on the relationship. But if we're just talking about pure like peace of mind and other benefits that come with being in a good relationship, yeah, like I would definitely choose to be in a relationship like that again over being single. But it wasn't my fault.
What do you mean, like it wasn't your fault? Like how the relationship ended?
Yeah, it really wasn't my fault. So this is what I would have never broke up with him. I would have never left the relationship. I didn't want to be with any other man, none of that. And we didn't argue in the relationship or anything. We had a very good, that was like the healthiest relationship I was ever in. But what happened was we were younger. We were like mid-20s.
Yeah.
And he was just on his Donnell Jones. So like it was like 1 week he was telling me this is the best relationship I want to be in, and he was telling me he wanted to get married and all this stuff. And I didn't know where this was coming from because I wasn't pressing him for that. And then the next week we broke up. And what it was he had some lust in him. He didn't want to go cheat. So instead of cheating, he broke up with me. And
So
he went and
so he tried to trap. So wait a minute. It sounded like he tried to trap you.
No, I don't think he tried to trap me. I think what it is he just got cold feet. I think it just started getting too real for him. And I think what it was he just wanted to go like, dang, before I really sit down here and commit, it's getting serious. We've been together a couple years now. Let me go out, because here's the thing. He's a very attractive man. He looked just like Genuine in his prime. He was that type of dude, very cool, good dude. And he went, and what another thing that was going on, I didn't know this at the time, but there was a girl at his job. At this time, he was working at a warehouse, and y'all know how warehouse culture is. I didn't know, but now I know. It was a girl at his job that, they flirting and doing all that back and forth. So he breaks up with me. Within that month, they start sleeping together. And then, he went and lived his best life. And when he got all that out his system, he tried to come back. You know what I'm saying? So his thing was he didn't want to cheat, but he wanted to get all that out his system. But by the time he came back, I didn't want to. I have a very hard time. I'm not one of those women, like, I've never stayed with a man that has cheated on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if we break up and within a certain amount of time, you go sleep with another person, I say that's cheating too. Because you left me with the intentions to go sleep with other people. So I take that. So by the time he came back, my heart was just so cold. And he tried for a couple years to get back with me. He tried really hard, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But I will say, like, preferably what would have happened is he would have never did that, and we would have still been in that relationship. Mm-hmm.
So he was a player, pretty much.
No, he wasn't a player.
You don't think so?
No, he wasn't a player. I don't think he was a player, y'all. He was young. I'm going to say he's not a player, too, because now he's married. So what he did, this is a very kind of complicated situation.
I mean, he could be a player back then, but now he's married. I mean, players.
I wouldn't say he was a player. It's not the same thing. Like, a player is a dude that lied to women and played with women's emotions and things like that. And no, he just wanted, y'all got to understand, the options he had compared to how he could have been, because he was that attractive and got a lot of attention, he was nowhere near what he could have been. And that's why when people be like, oh, if a man is handsome, it's like he gonna be a dog. No, he wasn't. What it was he was in a serious relationship. It was getting serious. He got cold feet. He went and cheated. Seen it wasn't these women, it ain't hitting for nothing out there. And he wanted to come back and he wanted to get married, right? He just overestimated my willingness to still be there because I had always been so solid. The relationship he got into after me, he got into a relationship with another girl who looks very similar to me. She has a daughter my age. It's like he kind of tried to kind of recreate that a little bit. But guess what? I can honestly say he is not the ex that is always trying to text my phone and trying to cheat on her. Nobody else has said, oh, he a cheater, he a dog. He not the type to be all in other women's DMs or whatever. I think he genuinely learned his lesson from the breakup that we went through, and he's being better for the next one.
Right. I get that part, but technically he kind of never cheated on you, because even though you guys had your breakup period, like I guess a separation, right? You guys were giving each other space. Technically there was no commitment. Once it's space, that's it.
Technically, the technical thing, yeah. But how I see it is, he broke up with me with the intentions to go sleep with other women. So I don't see it as any different.
How do you know that though? Like, how do you
Because he smashed a girl from his job within the same month. While I was broke down, crying, like mentally going through it, he was sleeping with somebody else and having the time of his life. He didn't start feeling the breakup until I was happy, and then he was miserable, right? So it's kind of like this. You got to put yourself in another person's shoes. Imagine you was with a girl you really loved, and she told you she wanted to go break up, and then she go smash another dude. Are you going to see her the same? Or are you going to feel like she broke up with you for the right reasons?
I agree with you that. But did you see signs before you guys got together? Because you did say that he was messing with different girls all the time, like before you guys got solid, right?
No, I mean, no. When we got together, we were never in a situationship. So here's the thing. Of course, he dated before me, but we were never in a situationship. We started dating and we solidified what the relation was within a month of us dating.
Okay, but before you guys dated, he was seeing other women though, right?
Of course, but I didn't know him during that time.
Got you. Okay.
But that's all men. Of course, if you single, you got the right to go date. That don't mean you a player. You're young and you're dating.
Absolutely. But if you see like certain track records of like this, let's just say like you don't know what he had before he was talking to you, right? He probably had a relationship with a chick. You know, who knows? Everybody has different relationships. But what I'm saying is he probably was doing the same things that you feel that he's doing now that caused the relationship to not work out. You know?
Yeah, so I'll say this. This is some things he told me about when we first got together. He told me he had been in 2 relationships before, like semi-serious relationships, and they all ended within 8 months. And I asked him why, and he could never give me any good reasons. It was only I just didn't want to be in the relationships anymore. Now, you can see that as a good thing or a bad thing, because he never talked bad about the 2 girls that he dated or blamed them or had anything negative to say. It was just he didn't want to be in the relationships anymore. Now, yeah, that could have been a red flag, which I had to understand. I met him when I was 24 years old. So I was not going into it as skeptical. And honestly and truly, that in itself, 2 relationships, you broke up after 8 months, were young. That's not really the red flag that you might think it was. But and then after we hit that mark and we just kept going, I'm thinking I was in the clear. What I didn't realize that I understood very well after we broke up was that there was nothing in his life outside of our relationship. There was nothing in his life that he ever did and stuck to. He was always changing his plans. He had commitment issues in life in general. I would be supporting him with one thing and really like, oh, okay, this is what you want to do. I'm on you. I'm supporting you 100%. And then like a couple weeks or a couple months down the line, he don't want to do that anymore. He want to go do the next thing. And I didn't realize that translates into a relationship. But what I will say is, I believe because I didn't take him back and he had to feel that, he had to really feel the consequences of his action, I believe that changed him. And now I can say he's far more stable in his career. He's been doing the same thing. He's been with his wife for like they've been married for a year, but I think they've been together 3 years. And he really learned from everything I was trying to tell him during that time. And even his mom will say the same thing. So it was just a hard lesson learned.
Yeah, but I was just saying from that separation period, because you said you left him because he was having sex with someone else.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay,
he broke up with me. Let me be very clear. He broke up with me. And he broke up with me. The reason that he gave me was that he just wanted more freedom. And I was very confused because he got to do whatever he wanted to do. Whenever he wanted to go out of town, I didn't care. I genuinely didn't care. I wasn't just keeping it in because I didn't want to stay there. I didn't care. He was a DJ at the time. He would go to work, or he would go do events or go do parties and things like that. And I would go to sleep. I didn't even want to go with him because I had to work at the club, and that was work for me. I don't want to go out with you and be at these parties and clubs and events, right? So I never went through his phone. He got to do whatever it is that he wanted to do, and I never cared, or never was the type to be like, stay home with me tonight. I'm going to sleep because I'm tired. Okay.
But he wanted to get back with you. Did he want to get back with you in the relationship after
he did? So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. Within the month that we broke up, he already started sleeping with another girl, right? A girl that he worked with. He tried to come back, right? This was 8 months after the breakup. He tried to come back, and then he wanted to be serious. He wanted to get in a relationship. He actually wanted to get married, like we talked about before. He's like, I'm ready to do that. I see it's nobody like you. It's not nothing out here for me. This is and that. What this, that, and the third. And he came back being apologetic and trying to do all the right things. The reason why I did not take him back is because I just could not let go of the fact that while I was pouring out tears and crying and depressed and going through it for so long, you were sleeping with somebody else. And then on top of that, what you have to understand, that 8 months before he tried to come back and get with me, even then, I was still kind of like sad and hoping we got back together. It wasn't until I made that energetic shift and the switch went off in my mind to where I was like, what are you doing? This man slept with another woman a month after he broke up. This man has been sleeping with other women this entire time, playing a field, and you have literally had to dig yourself out of a hole.
So he's a player.
He wasn't a player.
But you just said it.
That's not the same thing, y'all. A man being single and sleeping with different girls is not the same thing as him being a player. I view a player as somebody that's married to that lifestyle. They might always keep some women around, and they cheat and they lie and they do all kinds of stuff. That was really not in his character. The reason why he broke up with me is because he really wanted to sleep with that girl at his job. He just didn't want to cheat. He didn't want to deal with the guilt of coming and looking in my face after he cheated. And then he just stayed single, got it out of his system. And then by the time instantly when I decided I'm never getting back with this man, I don't know what it is with y'all men. Y'all wait till y'all water run dry. That is when he came back. When he could no longer, when I was just done. But I couldn't get back with him because he slept with somebody that soon. And then I just remember I couldn't get over the fact that the entire time I'm going through it, you chose to throw a very good relationship away over sex and lust, essentially. Because he didn't want to be with any of those girls.
I just want to throw something out here and say this, that I think sex, men and women take it differently. Okay. Most men are not going to be emotionally wrapped up when it comes down to physical sex. It's more like a release and sensation that we got to get off so we can feel good. I think for women, it's more of a deeper connection. And I think because of that, you may think that your ex has these feelings for these women or that woman that he slept with.
No, it's not about the feelings. I know he didn't have any feelings for them. I know he didn't want to be with any of those women. I just can't get the picture out of my head. I can't get the picture of I know the pain that I dealt with, and I cannot get the picture out of my head of you sleeping with another. It's not whether or not a man had emotions for this woman is irrelevant to the conversation. It was the fact that my whole world was crumbling down and you were fucking somebody else.
Okay, but Mariah, respectfully, right? If he broke up with you and that relationship is broken up, if he's sleeping with somebody else, he didn't do anything to jeopardize your relationship because you guys already broken up. So if he decides to come back to you, maybe he's experienced some sort of culture shock to where he realized, you know what, I need to get back to this woman. This woman is the love of my life. Boom, boom, boom. It may be a lot of things going through his head. Maybe he felt that he just needed to get out his system, like you said. But technically, you guys were broken up and he didn't cheat on you.
Yeah, I mean, technically, that
Yeah,
don't take
so
away from the fact that I'll never be able to forgive that. I'll forgive it in the sense of like, it's over. I don't hate you, but to lay down with you again, I could never do that. I'm also one of them women like, once somebody else touched that D, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't
oh,
want
so
it.
you're the
I
protective
force
type.
myself to want it.
Oh, okay, so you're the protective type. You're like the,
Yeah, it's
what's
like you
yours is
can't
yours.
make
Ain't nobody.
yourself feel something again that you just can't feel. And it's certain things that if I find out that you did, there's not going to be anything in my body that's going to make me sexually attracted to you again.
So a man's body count matters to you. Is that
No,
what you're saying?
not at all.
Oh, it doesn't.
How you behave from the moment we get into a relationship what you do while we get into a relationship and how you handle the breakup after, those things matter. As far as sexual history or whatever, I mean, as long as you didn't sleep with like my friend or somebody that I know, I don't care. So no, it's not about a man's body count. It's about loyalty. It's about loyalty. It's about the decisions that you choose to make, whether or not you choose to risk the relationship with me. I don't care if the other girl don't mean nothing to you at all. The fact that she was even willing to put it on the line over a nut is insane to me. So like I can't make that okay. And it's just something I really just can't do. It don't matter how much people try to talk to me about it.
So is it just the thought process and the images of you thinking that your ex
Yeah.
slept with somebody else? Is that what's bothering you? Because technically, like I said, you guys were broken up. So I guess
But it's
whatever he
not
did
just
from
that.
there, it
He
shouldn't
had
really trigger
intentions
you.
of going and sleeping with that girl. Is what I'm like. Here's the thing. You worked with this girl, you worked with her while we was together, you broke up with me, and then within that month y'all was sleeping together.
Oh, okay.
You been had intentions of sleeping with this girl. So
Okay.
how do I
I
know
guess
that you didn't break up with me just to go sleep with her? And then you decided you want to start sleeping with people. So I feel like a lot of y'all can understand this when it's the other way around.
So you think it was more like he was more emotionally invested into the girl.
I don't want to say he wasn't emotionally invested to the girl. He was just lustful. And he made the decision with the wrong part of his body. And he was willing to throw away a very good, very solid relationship where he really got to do he didn't have to compromise any parts of himself being with me in terms of what he wanted to do career wise, in terms of familial and friend relationships, the vision he had for himself. You know, I'm one of those people, I'm gonna let you be you and do you. The only thing I ask for is complete loyalty. And in the moment that you cannot be loyal to me, and that includes sexually, then I can't feel nothing. I can't feel nothing for you.
So you don't think it was just a nut he was just getting? Because he was with you for the longest time. And like I said, you guys broke up. All he did
Yeah, he
was
was
just
just
that.
getting a nut, but my whole thing is he was willing to throw everything away for a temporary feeling. And I don't see how do you forgive that? How do you forgive that? I don't know. I don't know how women do it, to be honest. Especially when you think about what you went through during the breakup. You got to understand, nobody saw the breakup coming. There is not one person that knew us and was around us at the time that was like, yep, knew that was coming. Everybody, his mom, my friends, my family, everybody that knew us thought for sure the next step was we were going to get married. Nobody saw it coming. So how do you get back with a man that hits you with a breakup out of nowhere, right? And you were doing everything you needed to do in the relationship. I had a good relationship. I'm very, people think I'm masculine because I be cussing y'all out on here. No, I be cooking, I be cleaning. The whole time we were together, we might not have did anything sexually, maybe like 1 or 2 days the whole time we were together, right? So I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm doing what you want me to do. And on top of that, I let you go live and be you and all this kind of have your space and things like that. I'm supportive of your goals and everything you want to do. So how do you throw something like that away over a nut? And then how am I supposed to be expected to reconcile that when the entire time my literal whole world came? I was so depressed. I almost got evicted from my apartment. Like, I don't think you understand what I went through. I was so sad and grief stricken that I could barely bring myself to get out of bed in the morning. And he was laying up in bed fucking somebody.
I mean, that's
how do you take somebody back?
Okay, so I mean, you didn't actually see those images, right? Did you catch them? Was it something that
I didn't catch him, but all I gotta do is see it in my head. All it takes is I don't gotta see it. I know it happened, and all I gotta do is visualize it in my head. And all I gotta do is, you never forget that type of grief. It's like somebody died, and you never forget that type of grief. And you was really with somebody, and you invested everything into the relationship. Y'all gotta understand. When I was in a relationship with him, there were so many. This is how loyal, how much I love him, and this is just who I am as a person. But even then, you got to understand at this time there were ball players, celebrities that would come to these clubs, just trying to take me out, and I would never ever go with them. There were so many things that I was so about my relationship, and the girls at the club would make fun of me, and they would be like, "Girl, you stupid. Love don't pay bills, this and that." But I was literally so about my relationship and had so much faith in my relationship just to end up with egg on my face at the end. So it's I know to y'all men, y'all are like, "Oh, that was just a nut. You should be able to get over it." But it's I don't think y'all take into consideration the hurt that you can really do to a woman that really loves you and is about you, and would have did anything. I would have did anything for this man.
Yeah, I can see, I can tell, you, when you're in a relationship, you seem like you do get emotionally invested. You show that you do care, and I think what happened was, he probably does still care about you, because you don't ever forget a woman who's been a significant impact on your life. I mean, I'm pretty sure you did things. You guys were together for a long time, right? Quite some time.
We were together for 2 years, but we lived together the majority of that time. So it was
yeah. So you guys were tight.
It was a lot of And at that time, I was his longest relationship. He wasn't mine, but I was his longest relationship. But we did a lot of stuff together. We spent a lot of time together. It was just a lot of investment, and it was imagine being in a relationship with your very best friend, and y'all don't argue, and y'all might not see eye to eye, but arguments, no, for the most part, y'all just having fun and fucking. That was our relationship.
It always starts like that. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Like a relationship with a woman and a man. It's y'all just physically are attracted to each other, and y'all just keep being around each other, and y'all just hang out and fuck. And the next minute, it's just something that gels in. If you have other things to talk about.
But we was locked in from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We the relationships that within a month of us getting together, I remember by the time we had been dating for a month, and I was like, "Well, what are we?" You know what I'm saying? He was like, I thought we were in a relationship. I said, "Well, we never had that conversation." But you have to understand, from the time we met, we were together every day on the phone every day, constantly going places and doing activities. And then I'll say maybe once we were together for about 3 months, we were like already living together. You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those situations where, you know, I don't know if y'all ever had this where you found somebody also in alignment. The relationship moves very, very fast. And a lot of it is because like both people are just willing to fall in love because they like each other so much. So there was never this cat and mouse. There was never game playing. It was never, do he like me? Or like, there was no guess. There was never any fear around the relationship. Like it just fell into place. So I just didn't understand how he could do that, honestly. And nobody understood. Everybody was confused.
Do you think you would ever find that type of love that you had for the last 2 years? You think you'll ever get that again? Oh,
it's
deep.
not because I'm not willing.
I got her thinking right now. You see that, guys? I got her thinking. Go ahead.
No. It's not. Here's the thing. I don't think I could have ever had that type of love with him again either. So let me be clear.
That type of love, period. Like you ain't gonna get that, period, ever.
You know what the problem is? I don't know. And I don't want to say never. Going back, because we were having this conversation on this panel about as people get older, they get jaded. And one thing about me, when I go into something, I love very open-heartedly. Like, I'm not going to never punish a man for example, when I got with him, my ex-boyfriend, I never punished him for the wrong that went on with my daughter's dad. Even though we was in a 5-year relationship and a lot went on, I never punished him. I went into that open-heartedly. And like, I think the issue that I've run into, and this has caused the relationships not to get there, men like to talk about women getting bitter as we get older, but men have a lot of very sabotaging behaviors. That has been my biggest issue with dating since then. It'll be like, okay, everything's going good. I'm not putting my problems from my past relationships on you. I'm treating you like an individual, and I'm coming into this open-hearted and bringing that energy that I brought him, you know, the ex-boyfriend I'm telling you about. And the men always sabotage you. They always.
Do you think you may come off a bit aggressive at times when it comes down to men? Do you think they think you are a bit aggressive?
I don't think so, but can you give me an example?
Well, I mean, I don't know you personally, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just asking, like, do you think that you may come off a bit aggressive? Like,
what do you mean by aggressive? Do you mean like I talk to the men how I talk to these men on YouTube? Or do you mean like clinky?
Well, I guess to that sense, because I know you may have different types of energy for different people, right? But do you think that your energy might be more aggressive? Like, okay, let's just say, for instance, YouTube, right? When you popping off, like you going crazy. Like, do you think you channel that same type of energy outside of YouTube?
No, to be honest, I know it don't make sense, but it really doesn't. I'm more likely to be like, first of all, I'll wait. I don't just go off of like every little time I get in my feelings about something, I say something. I'll wait and observe and be like, think about it, and then try to establish like, is this something little or is there like a pattern? And then I wait to address it. But I'm actually very, very, and this kind of frustrates me too. I'm very, if I'm in a relationship with a man, I date a man and I really like each other, I'm very tactful about how I bring, okay, you see how we've had this conversation today?
Mm-hmm.
I only date men who interact with me like this.
Okay. I appreciate that.
I only date men who interact with me like this. So, do you think that during this conversation, I've been aggressive towards you?
No, not at all. But I am gonna say this though. You got some haters out here that are not gonna like me too much because I'm having an intellectual conversation with you. They
Well, they
expect it
just
from you.
childish and immature. I mean, I don't know. Some people, it's like, again, they want women to be in their feminine energy, but they also want to back women up against the corner or be in. It's like that's not how you come. That's not how you build understanding with people. But I only date men that talk to me like this. And
But don't you think
this
that
is
may cause? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to throw this out here. Don't you think that may cause other men to be jealous because we may have sort of a bonding where we can understand each other and talk mutually?
I mean, perhaps that might cause other men to be jealous, but they need to learn how to talk to people. I mean, here's the thing. They like to talk about me coming at them incorrect, but when they get upset with other men in the space, they cussing them out and threatening to fight them. So a lot of these men just lack basic social skills in general. But I said that to say, if I have a problem with a man that I'm dating, the exact same way that we are talking right now is the exact same way that I would handle the problem. Do you like I don't think it's problematic at all, you know? So
yeah.
And I don't date men that are aggressive towards women or dislike women. So we have this type of, hold on, let me take this down for a second because this is
Can I ask you a question?
Huh?
Do you think that I disliked women? Or did you have a like
No, I don't think that you dislike women. I don't honestly and truly, I don't really know your relationships with women. I don't think that you dislike women. You know what? I think somebody brought up Melissa on your channel, and you probably had an opportunity to put her on blast, which I saw you show restraint. I do think that most men do have a certain level of, it might not necessarily be dislike, but it might just be y'all don't really consider women that much. So, for example, I'm gonna bring you an example within this conversation. I think it was very difficult for you when I'm telling you I can't get back with my ex-boyfriend because I was breaking down while he was sleeping with another woman, you know? And in your mind, it's like, yeah, but he's just getting his nut off. And I'm like, I don't think you understood. I was genuinely suicidal at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And like fighting for my life. And it's like, I think a lot of times men just, y'all don't consider women until your emotions are involved or until you feel it. So another reason why I wouldn't, I'll give you an example. I would say that my ex-boyfriend liked women, right? But he didn't even consider me until he felt the pain, until he felt what I was feeling. None of what I was going through mattered. It was fuck me. He was going to do what he wanted to do. And then when the roles were reversed and he finally felt it, then he got it. Then he understood. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of times men just do not consider the hurt or the things that we go through. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't, or don't really value what we bring to the table. Even when I talk about the whole child support conversation, it's always so inconsiderate of the women. It's always, oh, she taking my money and she spending it on herself. And it's like, you don't take into consideration that this woman is the primary care provider. You don't take into consideration the opportunity cost. Because this woman is taking care of your child most of the time, and this is not every situation, but this is in most of the situations, she has to give up certain opportunities to make money. She has to put a lot of things on hold. She's making less money than what she probably would be making if she damaged it. And guess what? You have free time. You can essentially live as a single person majority of the time. So now you can go make more money because you know your child is taken care of. And then the women have to bathe the children, feed the children, do their hair and communicate with the teachers and check the homework. And it's like everything is just about the money, and nobody really considers what the women bring to the table. Even when like the Homies Hub have this conversation about accountability with women, we not holding the women accountable and the single mothers accountable. And it's like the accountability comes when you're doing everything by yourself. When you thought it was cute to lay down with a man that you weren't in a relationship, or maybe you were in a relationship with, and you got pregnant, you didn't protect yourself or use protection or went on birth control. The accountability comes when you got to get up in the middle of the night and go feed that baby by yourself, and you didn't have time to bathe today, or you gotta you gotta work overtime because now you have an extra mouth to feed. The accountability comes at all the opportunity costs, the opportunities that you've lost. The opportunity comes with sleepless nights and long days. That's the accountability. And the men don't consider that because they think the only form in which accountability can come from women is through slut shaming and calling them bitches and hoes and telling them don't nobody want them and no man ever loving them again. They think that is the only way to hold a woman accountable, when the accountability comes with the extra responsibility that their children's father more than likely will never have to see.
Right. Well, I think personally, I think it comes from a place where when men are like that, they tend to don't know what healthy relationships are. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So when they're used to dealing with certain type of women from time to time, that's all they're gonna get the presentation of. Well, these women are just whores. That's all they're doing. And, and nothing against you, but you are an ex-stripper, and men know exactly what strippers do on the side to make money. I'm not saying you do that, but there are some women that do that and they need to get their money. Most men are not really gonna take it too serious. You know what I'm saying? If there's a woman
But
that
even if they
has that
did,
background.
now let's say, okay, even if let's say I never sold pussy, right? But let's be so I'm about to have a conversation that's as real as it can get. A lot of these men in the travel space, whether they admit it or not, they didn't have a father in the household. A lot of them didn't. While they sit and talk about single moms. Now I'm finna get so for real. I'm finna get to the heart of the matter. Especially if you grew up in the Black community. A lot of these men ain't gonna never come over here and say it. But they had an Uncle Daddy somewhere in the cut. They had a man that their mom was fucking for money whenever she needed them lights to stay on, or whenever Christmas time came and they needed Christmas gifts. A lot of these men ain't gonna never come on here admit it. But I remember what was going on with them women in the 90s that had kids. And a lot of these mothers had men that they had some type of, that wasn't their man, it wasn't their husband, but they had a man that they could call that was going to make sure that they ate and help that woman keep a roof over their head, because most of their daddies wasn't nowhere to be found. So a lot of this animosity, I think it's just coming from a place of a lot of these dudes being upset with their moms, or some things that they saw going on in their household, or maybe perhaps they upset that their mom let a man come in the house and tell them what to do, so they hate stepdads. Or perhaps they might have had a stepdad that did something inappropriate to them, because that happens too, or an Uncle Daddy that did something inappropriate to them. So my point is, it's a lot of unhealed trauma and hurt. But let's be very clear. A lot of y'all moms, y'all probably don't see it like that. A lot of y'all moms sold pussy to keep the lights on. And y'all not gonna never come on here and admit it. A lot of y'all moms went and did like Smokey and set it off and had to sleep with a man to make a way for you. No, she went on the whole stroll.
I could tell you this too. I just want to bring up the situation with Melissa on how she used to be. I used to be her number one fan. So, I mean, she used to be my number one fan. Sorry, let me rephrase that. So she came off as a cool person. You know what I'm saying? I never thought anything bad of Melissa, to be honest with you. I thought she was always cool. And she wanted to run my shows whenever I was either at work or such and such and such. So I was going to give her my username and my password, but thank God I didn't, because I trusted her that much. I thought she was cool. Like, she was giving me some, some pointers of what to do with the show, and also helping me out with some personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Regarding to like business wise, she's very savvy when it comes down to that. One thing I can say is that women are very savvy. They got that there's women out there that really have really good business skills, very good credentials, and knowing certain things that I don't know. So she knew certain things, and I would ask her questions. She had an issue with a guy named Ben. I don't know if you know this guy named Ben Vlogs or whatever. I guess she was some guy named Ben in the travel space. I think his name is Ben. But long story short, there was a situation where she put my name involved, and I think I guess she wanted me to do a show on him. I can't remember to the degree. It's such a long time ago. But I was like, I'm not gonna do a show about your ex-boyfriend. Like, the fuck? Like, I don't know if that's kind of weird. That's not really my repertoire. I think that's something that y'all gotta handle. You know what I'm saying? So she wanted me to get messy with talking shit about this other guy who happens to be in the travel space. So then she started to somehow have me beef with K9. Now, me and K9 are on both different planets. I got no problems with the brother, got no issues with him. He ain't got no issues with me. We don't even know each other. So she tried to start and instigate a situation where me and K9 would get into a scruffle. All because she wanted
I know K9. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know him. I thought you were saying something else. Okay.
Yeah. So I cut her off, right? And there was a time she was on a show. She was getting, I don't know, she was getting into this hysterical moment where she started spamming my whole chat because I gave her a wrench. And it's like people were saying, hey, man, you need to calm down. You're acting kind of crazy, right? I don't know if you experienced those moments with her, but that's what I had. And then she started.
Nah, she didn't do all that, but she just had been talking shit for a minute, and then came over here, became a member, and then like the same day she came over here, became a member, she was right back on K9 channel talking shit about it. So it's like, okay, that's why I went in on her. That honestly, if she would have never came over here being fake, I would have never went in on her. She could have been on that channel talking the most shit, and I probably would have never said nothing to her. I didn't know until people seen her. You know how people are. They see her over here commenting, doing all that, and then they start, sending me this, that, and the third. And I'm like, hold on, girl. Absolutely not. I'm going to have to go in on you because you doing and saying the most. You keep on bringing up me being a single mom, like you better than me. Well, girl, these men will step over your dead body to come talk to me. I don't care that you ain't got no kids. Matter of fact, there's plenty of women out here that got 3 and 4 baby daddies. And if they find enough, these men still stepping over their body, your dead body, to go talk to them. It just is what it is. The things that she thinks that she's been trained to believe that most of these men really care about, it's just not true, girl. And that's evident by the fact that they come into Colombia and literally moving prostitutes in their house, which I don't have no problem with. It's just don't be fake and phony. Don't be acting like. I had no problem. Love who you love. And if you find love in a prostitute and she treats you right, then move her in, baby. Do that. But don't be sitting over here fronting and stuff. But yeah, she just don't understand the realities of this world. She think jumping up and down and hollering, pick me, and those other women are terrible, and I'm not like them, is going to get her picked. And it's not.
Yeah. I just didn't really like, because I've had private conversations with her, and I won't address those conversations because I do believe, like, even if you have a personal issue with somebody, right? I don't believe in like going that far to where you want to air out shit, you know, because whatever you guys had between y'all and y'all private conversation, it is what it is. That's how it should be. But if it's something that's,
fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just think
especially
it's
if you knew the person. If you knew the person outside of YouTube. So it's certain people in this space that I talk to outside of YouTube where I might have met them.
Right.
And if I hung out with you in person and we like have developed a relationship, I think that's lame shit that when we get into it, now you taking it to the internet.
Yeah.
And I notice men in this space do that to each other a lot. And it's like, wasn't y'all just cool? Wasn't y'all just homies? Wasn't y'all just hanging out? It's certain things that after a point, you don't bring it to the internet.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I seen dudes try to call up people's jobs, try to get them fired, all because of a disagreement they had on YouTube. Like it's
oh yeah, they like Karens. And then they had the nerve to talk about Robert and call him the top cop. Shout out to Robert. He said, Mariah, we need to set up a boxing ring in the DR and have a day of letting people in the Travis space squabble it out. No, for real. No, facts. Facts. Maybe during Halloween weekend in Sosua, because I'm gonna definitely be there. I am. But here's the thing. A lot of the people in the space, like even just with the situation, again, this is me. I know you don't got nothing to do with it. Between Homies Hub and Mentuition, it's like y'all was cool. The minute y'all start beefing, y'all get on the internet airing each other out. And both of y'all don't see how y'all two sides of the same coin. It's like both of y'all don't see that y'all is not staying on code. Both of y'all, I even wanted to review the beef and pick a side. But it's like, bro, I can't even pick a side because it's somebody that done beef with both of y'all. I know both of y'all niggas be lying. Like, it's like, I can't even believe what y'all saying about each other. I can't even be like, oh, because I done seen y'all tell blatant lies on me in my face. After I corrected the lie, you continuing with the lie. So it's like, how can I even listen to y'all beef and decide who was in the right and who was in the wrong? Because y'all lie so fucking much. No, neither one of y'all is credible in this situation. Neither one of y'all have an ounce of credibility for me. And then I'm like, okay, you might be gassing this up or you might be gassing that up. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can I believe the stuff that you're saying? So and then they are both acting like each other is a bad person. And I'm like, y'all both bad friends at the very least. Because I have family members and friends that I done fell out with. And even when they took it to the net, I just let it be. I just never spoke to them ever again. The only thing I might do is just say, hey, if they accuse me of something I didn't do this. But what I'm not finna do is be out here putting your business on blast. I'm just never fucking with you again, and you gonna feel it.
Yeah, but Mariah, you know why they beefing.
Over some prostitutes?
Box.
This is why these niggas can't never tell me shit. This is why I never take them seriously when they be wanting to bring up, but she's a stripper. Y'all literally get in y'all feelings over women that both of y'all fucked. Or y'all literally would get in y'all feelings like they be in their feelings over these hoes. So how am I supposed to care that you don't see me in a positive light because I was a stripper? When you can't even bring yourself to try to really get out in the field and get in the dating pool and try to like date people that like you for you. You can't even confidently do that. Another thing, I'm gonna tell you another thing that they like to do, Andrew. A lot of the men in this space, they like to say, oh, this girl that I'm talking to, I'm not paying her. The part that they don't tell you is that they either paid her before, you know, so they might be dealing with her for a while. Sometimes they pay, sometimes they don't. But the girl sees that as a consistent source of, I got somebody I can call if I need something. Another thing is they don't tell you, they'll approach them in the mall, but guess what? You approaching her offering to pay for shit. So no, you might not have paid her for no box. You is tricking, and that's fine. That's your money, that's your business. But they be just misrepresenting shit all the time.
So you think it's like most of the guys when they're going on dates or they're showing their dates, they just low key prostitutes. They just trying to like hide it.
Yes, but here's the thing: the men know that because they're coming leading with their wallet. You know what I'm saying? But yes, most of these women that they're out and about with are prostitutes. Now, am I gonna say there are men that I know who travel and they don't necessarily do content in the travel space, but I got a couple of male friends who keep some bad chicks around that look like prostitutes, but they're not. That they deal with. You know, these girls have regular jobs, but you got to understand, these friends that I'm talking about, they're handsome. They're handsome. They could have pulled the same type of chicks in the United States, and they have a lot of money. And they be spending it. You know, so even if those girls are not prostitutes, they're not messing with no broke men. And the men, you know, they're not prostitutes, but they know, hey, when my birthday come around, he finna break me off something. Or when we go out, I'm finna go to a very nice restaurant or, you know, this and that. So they're not necessarily prostitutes, but they wouldn't be dealing with him if he wasn't at a certain level. And then on top of that, it don't hurt that they're already attractive, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, once you get past the attractive looks and the physical attraction, then it comes more like a mental thing. Like, can we mentally ground with each other? Can we in sync?
Well, yeah, of course. But here's the thing, they not participating in no real relationships. You got to understand the men that I'm talking about, they more along the lines of, I'm focused on my money and I play with these hoes.
Yeah. But you're not going to change that mindset.
I don't care about no mental attraction.
But I mean, that goes for certain men, though, right? Not all men are like that.
Of course. But I'll say this, if you're a man in the travel space and all you deal with is prostitutes, you're not worried about mental connection either. You don't care.
Unless you're trying to get it for free.
That's it. That'd be it. But if you really, and some men, you know what I noticed? I've seen several passport bros brag to me. Yes, but she give it to me for free. She don't make me pay. You know what I'm saying? And for them, that's good enough. They feel like they conquered something.
Oh, man. So you think
that's good?
So you think it's always a game being played? Like, you don't think men could actually find something out there that's at least I guess the type of men I don't even know what most of these men are looking for. I mean, the ones that play a lot. I'm not too sure what they are.
I think the men can find genuine connections out here. I think they need to be more realistic about who they're choosing today and where they're finding the women. And they need to come more authentic. You can't leave with your wallet and find nothing authentic. Any man that I have ever dated and really loved and liked, he never led with his wallet.
So I got a question for you. If it comes down to a man that looks good who's poor, or a man who doesn't look good who has a lot of money, who would you choose?
Just those factors included?
Yeah.
Just that. So we're just going off of looks and financial status. That's it. Nothing else.
Nah, just that. Just that alone.
I'm gonna go with the man that look good and poor.
So you're gonna take him?
Of course. And this is why. I know that sounds crazy to you, but
no, it doesn't. It actually doesn't.
it sounds great to me because guess what?
What's up?
A man can always go get some money. We can't do nothing about them looks. Now, I can't do nothing with poor and lazy. You know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing with poor and lazy, right? But a man can be down financially today and, you know, within a matter of a year or 2 years be up. I'm never gonna be able to do nothing about how that face. So yeah, you gonna have money. I'm gonna be with you. I also believe in this, and y'all might disagree with that. One reason why I've never cheated in a relationship is because I always go get what I want. So when I get with a man, I think he fine. That's the only man I want to sleep with. I'm not worried about other men. Another man cannot come. I don't care how much money he got. I don't even care if he looks better. I got what I wanted, so nobody can come take me from my man because this is good enough for me. You know, like this is what I want. So a man could come with more money. He could come with more money and be more attractive. But I got with somebody who does it for me and is enough for me. So I strongly believe in that. But no, money alone, that's not gonna keep somebody like me. That's not gonna make me choose a man. And here's the thing. Again, I gotta be attracted to you sexually.
Okay. So one of a man is attractive, but he doesn't have like the mental capacity of connecting with women. Because I mean, there's a lot of men that don't know how to connect with women. So
it's not gonna work then.
Right. Because that's
it's just not gonna
emotional.
work.
Right. Because that's emotional intelligence, is understanding.
Yeah. But a man could be unattractive and have the capacity to mentally connect with women. I can't even mentally connect with you because I'm not gonna get past the fact that you're not attracted to me. So there ain't no mental connection happening.
Facts.
A man that I find attractive at least got his foot in the door. Then once I see, oh, you're an airhead, or you don't have the ability to emotionally connect, then I can't do nothing with that.
Fair enough. That makes sense. You think that goes for men too?
Mm-hmm.
You think we're the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say this too, like, I think I don't take this for granted at all. Again, I'm not saying I'm the finest person on earth, but I am blessed in the sense that in terms of like finding attractive people, that's not really that ain't really been my problem. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of finding attractive men to connect with, that hasn't really been my problem. And part of the reason why that hasn't been my problem is because all the men that I tend to like and date, they're in my looks range. So like what I like, when you see it together, it makes sense. It's not like, why is he with her or why is she with him? And that does make things the dating experience a little bit more pleasant. It's not the end all be all, but I understand it's a blessing.
So has your dating experience been better in America or overseas?
That's a very interesting question. I say it's been about the same. And I say that because, okay, if we talking about just actually dating, in America, I was able to find a boyfriend when I wanted to find a boyfriend. Same thing here. My main problem that I had in America, and this goes back to everywhere you go, there you are. I don't like to date. So, for example, as far as attention, people be like, "Oh, you're an American woman. You move to another country. You go from being like an 8 to a 4." I've never felt like that was the case because men in other countries are way more likely to try to approach you, right? But I got approached in the United States too. It's just like it's times 10. You know, men in the United States are more about the dating apps. I don't like to get on dating apps. And I don't like to date. I don't like the process of getting to know people. And then one thing about me, I'm very sincere when I date people, and I'm very honest, and I don't use people. I tell people as soon as I know this is not gonna work, I say that. I don't ghost men. I'm very clear. This is not gonna work, and this is why it's not gonna work, right? When I get my feelings hurt, I don't bounce back quickly. It would, like, if I break up, let's say I'm in a serious relationship and we break up, it would take me probably at least 8 months to a year to even feel emotionally ready enough to like even think about dating somebody. And then even then, like if I break up with a man and I go to the club, I'm gonna cry. Like I'm probably gonna be sitting in the club crying. So it's like I'm not really built for the dating scene just in general because I'm very sensitive. So I didn't do much dating in the United States, and I haven't done a whole lot of dating in Latin America.
I get what you mean. So like do you feel like every time you date someone and things don't work out, do you feel as if they are taking at least a piece of your innocence to what you had before you dated someone, like that emotional, like I know most women get emotionally guarded whenever they go through experiences of different men, you know? That's why a lot of men, we always ask like your body count matters a lot, because you ever heard of the term soul ties?
I mean, I've heard of soul ties.
Yeah.
I think for me, I can get to a point where I treat somebody as an individual, right? But I have to go through my process. So that's another thing. I never have broken up with somebody and like the next week I'm sleeping with a new person, or the next week I'm back out dating. Like I go through my process, and it might take a year to 2 years for me to go through that process. And then I'm ready to like go back out there, be open-hearted, and do it again. And I think that's why just this current dating market, it is very difficult for somebody like me because I'm very, very sensitive, and I'll see girls bounce back from stuff that a man does, or a man might do something and, you know, they might have their feelings hurt or cry about it, but then they'll go sleep with the next man, and then they'll do what they need to do, go party, go drink. And then that guy that hurt their feelings like 5 months ago will come back, and maybe they do get back in, you know, in a relationship because she's more forgiving because she's like done all this other stuff since then. And it is a character flaw of mine to a degree. So that's why I say I never really blame, when I'm single and stuff like that, I never really blame other people for it, because I understand that I have deep-rooted character flaws in terms of not being able to get over situations quickly enough. Yeah.
Do you think
and
it's
I have a spirit of unforgiveness.
Do you think you attract certain type of men? Like certain type of men that you're attracted to, they have those type of qualities, like the type of men that you see physically that you absolutely attracted to, they always have
You see
I
this
guess,
shit, heal equals hoeing. Now, I just told you I can't go to the next person and sleep with somebody because I got to heal. And you talking about hoeing. Retarded. Go ahead.
well, I mean, do you feel like with the men that you're attracted to, that you're not getting the mental or emotional connection that you've been looking for with the physical man you're attracted to?
I don't think it's that I'm not getting an emotional connection. One thing I've noticed, the problems always start when they start emotionally opening up.
Ooh.
I noticed
Why
that
that?
a lot. That's when the step, like when they start, or they might, here's something that I found, like a man might finally like, and I'm not pressuring them, it's just, oh, we'll be hanging out, and they might start talking about some things that they like went through, or they may begin opening up, and not even just to kind of get pity. It's just like you just kind of feel more comfortable. So you decided there's some things that you might want to get off your chest or whatever. And then like, I listen and go on. And I'm one of those people, especially in a relationship, if you tell me something that like is traumatic for you, I'll never bring it back up again. You know, I'll never, unless you want to talk, I just act like I didn't hear it, you know? Or even if we're arguing or whatever, I never bring it up. But like, it's like after the men start opening up emotionally, that's when the problems happen. Always. It's like clockwork. It's like clockwork. Soon as they open up, go ahead.
No, I was saying, you said as soon as they open up their emotions, that's when shit gets.
That's when the sabotage starts. That's when they start doing fuck shit. I think part of it too is I come off as like gullible. I think like the nice girl, and I think men overestimate the extent to which I will take them back.
Okay.
So I think it's very hard to imagine. Like if you have a girl that you're with and she's like laughing most of the time, or she doing stuff, she like cooking you food and she rubbing your back and all that kind of stuff. I think it's very difficult in a man's mind to imagine if I cross a certain line, she won't fuck with me again. Ever.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I see it a little bit differently, but I mean, if a man's being taken care of in all type of aspects, I mean, there shouldn't be a reason for him to jeopardize a relationship.
You would think that. You got to understand, a lot of men ain't never been in a relationship. That's another thing that I've noticed about men. Men love complaining about negative experiences that they've had with women, but they're very uncomfortable in healthy relationships. I'll tell you one experience that I had. I remember I met this guy and we went out on a date. I saw the red flag because he just kept talking about his crazy ex-girlfriend. And like he showed me all the crazy texts she sent and this and that, all telling me all the crazy shit. I see them out in the club together. She literally looks like a crackhead. I'm not saying that out of jealousy. Like I'm talking about gums pulled all the way back, teeth like a predator. You know what I'm saying? Like crackish looking, doing crackhead shit. And this guy was an attractive man, like a man. And I'm like, this is literally the crazy bitch. And she was acting like this is the same crazy bitch you were just complaining about. But he loved it there. He loved the toxic shit. So it's like, what can you do when people just get caught up in cycles where they like toxic things? You would think, yes, on paper, it sounds good. It sounds like, and I've had men tell me this, they always love the women that's not doing all the right things. And they always push, like I've had men tell me this. I've talked about this with men in the strip clubs. They come have therapy sessions. It's not the woman that's always doing the right thing that they choose. A lot of times men like a project.
Like a trophy case.
A trophy case, maybe, but yeah, they like women where they feel like they can come in and, you know, her whole world can be crumbling down and she crashing out. And they feel like they can make that situation better. You know what? I've been in a relationship with men and they tell me I'm not used to somebody rubbing my back. And it kind of makes me uncomfortable. I literally had heard this.
It makes you uncomfortable that a man says he's never had his back rubbed?
No. I've had a man who I knew was sexually attracted to me, but when I would go to rub his back, he would be like, I've never had anybody do this. It kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Really? I mean, shit. I mean, if he liked it, why would he say that? He should have just said, I never had anybody do this for me before, and just left it like that, instead of him saying, I feel uncomfortable.
And it wasn't he wasn't the cuddling part. He was cool with the cuddling. He was cool with having sex. He was cool with spending time with me. It's just like whenever I would rub his back, he would be like, I'm not used to this. You know what I'm saying? Or even just me being kind of just regular nice. He's just used to dating mean women. So certain things he would just kind of be like, I'm like, to me, this is normal behavior.
Maybe you got to touch him in ways that he probably wouldn't know he would ever. I don't know.
Yeah, men. No. Men might.
Maybe
I'm telling you.
You were gonna get him emotionally drawn to you, man. He's gonna get attached when you just rub him on his back.
Maybe, perhaps, but I'm saying it's like things don't always work out as cookie cutter the way people say that they should. Even with like the men thinking that the most attractive, like when I say, men tell me all the time, or I see this in the space, if a man is tall and he's attractive, then of course he's gonna cheat. What y'all don't realize is those men cheat the least. Those men cheat the least. I'm not saying they never cheat. I said they cheat the least. Men who have always been attractive their entire life, they were socialized as an attractive person. By the time they hit 30, 35, they're over that shit. They've got it out their system. They're ready to sit down with somebody. It's the men who grew into their looks or got money later on or had girls start noticing them later on in life. Those men are more likely to cheat. Men who are unattractive are more likely to cheat. And then they project that, oh, if I look like you, I would be doing X, Y, Z. It's because you ain't never walked in them shoes, so you don't understand. I've had attractive men. You would think the men that are attractive get the most. Attractive men tell me I get rejected all the time. I can't trust nobody. I get rejected all the time. They tell me about all the ways women played and all kind of stuff. Women will go play an attractive man just because she feels like if I don't do it first, he's gonna do it to me.
That's happened.
Because she projected what she thinks she projected everything everybody said about attractive men, she projected it onto. So a woman will go dog an attractive man out before she will go dog an average looking man out.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this shit is not cookie cutter in the line like people want it to be.
Yeah. I'll throw you another one too. If a woman is constantly always accusing you for cheating, 9 times out of 10, she's doing the cheating.
She cheating.
Yeah.
Same thing with a man.
Well, I don't know. I don't date men, so I can't really speak.
But men too. Men who constantly accuse you of cheating, most of the time they're cheating. Men that ain't cheating, most of the time they not studying none of that, you know? So that's what I'm saying. It's not all cookie cutter. People are very complex. They're very complicated. And that's what I'm saying. People be like, as the women get older, they get bitterer. And I'm here to tell y'all, the men have a lot of baggage. A lot. There was this guy I was talking to, I talked about on my channel before. Before I left the United States, I was talking to this guy, and he was very handsome. He was tall. He played basketball. He was a barber. He was a good barber too. He made good money doing that. And he was Cuban and Mexican. He had everything going for him. Everything going for him. The problem was he was red-pilled. So it's like, sir, we can't even have a normal conversation because every time you come into my phone, you repeating these manosphere talking points. I like you, but you can't see that because you're fucked up in the head for whatever reason, right? And then I remember one time I hit him up, I was talking to him, and he was like, hey, I'm going through a lot right now. I got X, Y, and Z going on in my life. And you know what I told him? The mature thing to tell me, when you're telling me, you don't really got time to deal with me. You know what I told him? I said, I understand it's bad timing.
Well, oh, you looking at?
Maybe we'll catch each other in another point in time, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know this man blocked me? And when I hit him up on my other, I said, why don't you block me? He said, because this is how crazy he was. He said, because you be acting like you want to fuck with me, but then you always playing games. You say you want to fuck with me, then you don't want to fuck with me. This and that. I said, okay. So you wanted me to beg you. This is the type of games people be on these days. They're very insecure and they feel like if you're not being toxic and groveling for them, that you don't want them.
Yeah, I think that's a stigma where these are men who don't have enough experience with women, be honest with you. So when they're around certain women, they either got rejected or they either was lucky to have a chance to be with somebody. So when they're with somebody, then it becomes more like, especially a lot that are really on the red pill philosophy, it becomes more like, because majority of them don't even really date women. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of like exile, or if they do, they become very protective, and you can see the emotional energy that comes from them. They're very guarded. They don't want you to do certain things, and they're gonna ask you a lot of outrageous certain questions, which doesn't always apply
Crazy
to
shit.
every woman, right?
And then
So
when you be like, just chill, I like you, or just chill.
yeah,
Then they create another thing that they do, these men that have been red pilled like this one, and it was really such a shame because he had everything going for him. Anytime you step anywhere outside of this this caricature of what the red pill has created of a woman for them, they equate that as she don't like me. So as soon as you do something, it's like, if you don't do this, this means you don't really like me. If you don't do this, then you don't really fuck with me. If you don't do that, and it's like, or maybe I'm not texting you back right away because, like you, I have a job.
right. I think what that does, because I used to be that way when I was younger. That's a clingy type of. That's kind of clingy, and basically, it's because that person doesn't have any other options in dating other women. So if they don't, they tend to be very clingy and tend to want to be up on you, especially if they just met you. You know, they're sweating you. You know what I mean? So they're not giving you a chance to breathe, to even have to think about you. They're not giving you opportunities to think to where you can remember the interaction that you guys last had instead of just bombard you with a bunch of text messages or calling your phone and blowing you up, boom, 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 boom. And a man's mind is scarcity. So he's feeling that he has to do all these type of things to keep you there because he's afraid of losing you to other guys, especially if he feels that you are attractive, right? So other men are going to want you. So when men do that, they don't really have much experience with women. So their only hope is just to kind of smother you with I guess unwanted attention. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it doesn't go for all men, but I think it's just some men who don't have experience that much in relationships or
Yeah.
having a lot of women, they tend to be that way. And then, unfortunately, a lot of red pillars are like that. But there are some that use a red pill to certain knowledge and understanding behaviors that are coming from women, but we just speak it in a logical term where we're not bashing women or we're not, saying all types of words or anything about women, but we just kind of put out our experience and our failures and our knowledge of what to look for, what not to deal with when it comes down to bad type of women. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's not that the red pill doesn't offer valuable advice. This is the problem with people. So I'm a Gemini, and I know a lot of y'all don't believe in it, but that should be true.
I'm very into horoscopes too, into that spiritual energy.
So what's your sign?
I'm a Taurus.
So you be stuck in you like comfortability.
Yes.
Okay. You like routine and comfortability.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Here is the problem with most people. They don't know how to both simultaneously paint with a broad brush, but also recognize when you have to treat something on a case-by-case situation. They don't have the mental agility to do it. And that is why these ideologies can become problematic, because most people don't really know how to handle them in a responsible way. So they become too rigid and stuck in their ways. So, for example, I'm gonna bring this up because Homies Hub keeps saying that I'm a contradictory person, right? He doesn't understand how I can both say I understand the functional need in society for sex work, but then also turn around and say, but there are certain things that you shouldn't put on the internet. He can't, to him, it sounds like a contradiction. He doesn't understand how I can both say there are men who pay for sex because they need to, and there are men who pay for sex because they don't want to emotionally get involved with a woman, so they pay her to stay out of her feelings. To him, these two things are opposing views that cannot hold the same space. I said that to say most people are not nuanced enough to handle, and it's not just with the red pill, I would say with the pink pill and these divestment movements on the opposite end with the women.
What's a pink pill? I'm sorry. What's a pink pill? Because I'm a little bit.
Basically, Shira 7, level up kind of stuff, content, hypergamy type content.
Oh, hypergamous. Okay. Are you pink pill?
No.
Okay.
Most of these people, and the reason why I'm not is because both of these ideologies are very rigid, and people just don't have the mental depth, agility, and stamina to reconcile them, right? And to understand in what scenarios they need to be applied in. So I said that to say this is an issue that I was noticing with some of the men, or a lot of men don't understand certain shit is not applying to you, sir. And that's why it would always confuse me when I would meet men who had everything. You have everything going for you, and you are insecure. You can't, it's not that you can't have options. You're scaring the hoes. You're literally scaring them away because you're so mean to them, or you're so rigid, or you're so now you're becoming more and more insecure, and then you keep projecting this shit, right? So that's what I've noticed. They get, you will be surprised. Some of the men that he got to be so insecure, and you be like, bro, I can't do nothing with this because you're tripping.
Right. That stigma from something that needs to be that person has to go through either some sort of self-therapy or get themselves some mental health, because even social media could also be a drug as well. It can cause you to, if you're adapting to certain type of cliques or certain type of groups and they're going through certain type of situations, you can lean more towards that, and then you start to believe into something, because then you be a part of a group that believes in one thing, but not understanding that the world is big out here and not everybody's on the same frequency. You get what I'm saying? And it goes for anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got your feminist groups, you got your red pillars, your black pillars. Like, not everybody's going to be a part of this shit. You know what I'm saying? I started off as a red pillar, right? Because I could understand how it was growing up. I was a small guy. You know what I'm saying? I used to box, but I used to be in welterweight division, but I was always a small guy. I was never big, but I had some hands on me. You know what I mean? But that was my sport. Boxing was my sport, and I played baseball. But growing up, like, I never went to my prom. I never went to homecoming, any of that stuff, because I wasn't tall. Like, I had like a little I guess, growth spurt at one time. You know what I mean? Like it was, I wasn't tall enough. I didn't get there, but I got there. I got where I need to be right now. But I'm just saying, at the time, I was, working on myself. So, that can lead you also into being red pill, especially if you're being constantly rejected and you don't have the experience on how to deal with rejection. It's a brotherhood that kind of makes you feel that this is what you need. But then after a certain period of time, you start to see people really going a little crazy, right? To where they were like really to the point disrespecting women, like harshly. Now, old school traditional red pillars, they normally don't care about disrespecting women. They just move on with their lives. They're not out there bashing women. Or some become either passport bros or they travel. I mean, that's the way it is pretty much in this type of atmosphere. But unfortunately, you do have some men who've been devastated emotionally and they're broken. So they tend to attack women for their emotional hurt.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I also see, like, what's another thing too? This is why at the end of the day, like, yes, we're men and women and we're obviously opposite sexes, but like, what I see so much, and a lot of the issues surrounding this is our sexual differences, the sexual nature that causes a lot of this division. And, men have more testosterone. So just naturally, they're more sex focused. And this is just the way of the world. Women control access to sex. It just is what it is. And men a lot of men in these spaces kind of are a little bit envious of us because they're like, a lot of men feel like if they were in the position of women, they would be allowed, having more sex because, like, dang, you have access to all this sex, right? And like, so men kind of feel like we're in this paradise where we have all this sexual access and we view that as something valuable, which we don't. As the women, it's the opposite. It's the complete opposite, right? We don't view it the way y'all do. But men view it as these women are so lucky. Their lives are so easy. They have all this access to sex and they can just pick and choose and they never have to deal with rejection and anything because any man will want to sleep with him.
Right.
But what they don't understand is that we don't, the sex is not valuable to us because we don't view it the same. We're not as sexually driven. It's not something that we sit up and think about as much as men. And a lot of the times, the sexual desire that's exhibited towards us can be uncomfortable and very overwhelming. So it's not seen as a net positive to us. And also, I don't care how beautiful a woman is, women experience rejection, heartbreak, and hurt too.
Yeah, I think it
might not be at the same rates.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just gonna. Yeah, you kind of freezing up. Yeah, I can hear you. I think you're freezing up a little bit. I think we lost Mariah. Hopefully she'll get back. And she got a bad connection there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Now you're back.
Okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
Okay, so I was gonna say this, that I think it goes back to the emotional connection. I don't think men have really took the time to understand how to emotionally connect with women. And I think that's why a lot of us may have a lot of problems in connecting with women because we kind of emotionally ignorant. Like we haven't had the time to really sit down and understand women, where they come from. Believe it or not, you guys I think both men and women are very similar in a lot of things. As far as emotional pain,
I do too.
Yeah, as far as going through emotional pain and trauma and hurt, I just think that it just really depends on, I think, the growth and the mentality of the individual. I'm in my mid 40s, believe it or not. So if people out there saying I look damn good for my age, you know what I'm saying? But my mentality is different. I'm not gonna think like somebody like that's in their 20s.
Of course.
You get what I'm saying? So most men that
No,
are younger in their 20s, they're not gonna think how they're gonna think 20 years down the road. So I believe that when most of these men tend to age, they'll tend to realize a lot of things that what they were doing and the groups that they were in, it really didn't pay off. So,
but
I
what
mean,
does that coincide with? Because people think it's just the age. What does this coincide? What biological phenomenon does this coincide with? With men being able to mature emotionally?
experience.
Mm-mm.
It's experience.
A lot of testosterone.
Are you talking about it in an aggressive manner, or is that what you're
Both
speaking?
aggressive, both.
Okay.
I don't think men can really truly see women and begin to start empathizing with women until their drive and their urge for sex is not something. A lot of times men can't emotionally connect with women or see women or do a lot of the crazy things that they do is because their drive and their urge for sex completely overwhelms or overrides any desire they have to emotionally connect. You know, for example, I was talking to a guy one time, and at this time he was 35, and we were out on a date, and he told me that when he was in his 20s, it was very difficult for him to be on a date like how we were at that time, because he said the entire time he'd be thinking, when is she gonna shut the fuck up so that we can fuck? So it's like you can't even see the woman that's in front of you, and you can't even see her wholeness because you're being biologically driven by testosterone. And he said he noticed as he got older and his testosterone started decreasing, now he actually listens and cares about what women has to say. Whereas in his younger years, he just had to pretend that he did long enough to get some ass.
I honestly think it's a mental thing. I don't think it's more of a testosterone thing because I have a high level sex drive. I'm shit. I'm good to go. Shit, you know what I mean? But it's just a mental thing. Like you just can't. It's gonna happen, and I think what it is with men is we're too overly excited. We just have to know how to control our levels, and just if we're looking for a relationship, that's if you're looking for a relationship, it can't just be sex motivated. You gotta look for other things because if it just becomes about sex, 'cause I can change things around. I can make anything happen around me. Like that's the type of spiritual energy I put out. So if I feel like I want this and I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna fuck, I'm gonna smash. But sometimes I may want more than that when I smash. But I gotta understand that if I'm looking for a relationship, I can't just be thinking about sex. I gotta think
Of
about
course.
all the other boundaries of a connection, of what makes a relationship. So when you get older, you kind of realize the mistakes that you do, and you understand what it is that you have to look for, and you got to understand what's presented in front of you. See, it's nothing for me to reject women that's gonna throw coochie at me. I know some people in the chat will say, "Oh, Drew, you full of shit," but if you done did a lot and you done had it so many times, you're not gonna be thirsty for it.
That's
I
true. They don't
actually
understand.
you
They
don't
don't
understand
understand.
it when you have a good woman and you can establish something, you can build something with that female, you gotta take care of it. Like you gotta cherish it more because there's not a lot of women out here that mentally can be ready for a relationship. So if you're able to find one that you can in sync with and y'all could fill in the gaps and everything is aligned with each other, then y'all good. You know what I'm saying? Then I think,
Well,
you know,
they don't understand that because a lot of them just view women through sex and sexual desire, and a lot of these men genuinely view women as, I can swap a man and I can swap them out. And that mentality is further reinforced when you start doing the pay for play, because now you're dating in a world where you literally can swap them in, swap them out. Because baseline, none of these women care about you. Baseline, none of these women are willing to be your wife. But if all you're interested is sex and a girlfriend experience, whatever the case may be, yes, you can swap it in, you can swap it out. But when you're actually dating in a natural environment, then you will see a good woman who genuinely cares about you can't swap that in and out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
I mean, it's not something that you might find 3 in your lifetime. If you're lucky, that's if God really loves you. You might meet 3. And what I mean is genuinely fuck with you, ride with you till the wheels fall off, sexually attractive to you, want to do for you, want to do things for you, believes in you, sees your vision, is willing. She's the type of woman that will be with you if you're up, if you're down, if you got some money, if you don't got no money. She want to be with you. She want to go wherever you will take her, right? If God loves you, really loves you, you might get 3. I see so many men that come here online and God ain't never sent them not one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a sad situation, but I mean, it could be on both sides of the coin too. I mean, I've seen it with women too.
Yeah, and I've heard women fumble. Good. I've heard women talk about, I fumbled a good relationship because I wasn't ready. God sent me a good man. I ain't fumbling. And if you go back and talk to any of my boyfriends, it's not that I didn't have things I probably needed to work on. Could anybody do, but none of my boyfriends sit up and be like, all my ex-boyfriends is going to talk about me the way Shaq talk about Shawnee O'Neal. Have you ever heard Shaq talk about Shawnee O'Neal?
No. What exactly did he say?
He say straight up, she did everything she was supposed to do. I did dumb shit.
After the relationship, yeah.
All my boyfriends talk about me like that. They will tell you it was me. It was me.
But you're never gonna forget people who've had 2 things, like an extreme positive input in your life and an extreme negative input. I mean, those are 2 type of energies you'll never forget. I fumbled a relationship before, you know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect, but I was young and I wasn't ready, and I felt playing the other field might be something different because I was locked in a relationship for so long at a younger age. And I want to go out. I want to experience having fun with my friends. I want to do stuff. But, I ended up doing things irresponsibly. So I could take, full credit for that and my mistakes. But you live and you learn. And it's just one of those things.
Would you ever get back with her?
Would I?
Yeah, like if both of y'all was single.
Nah, I wouldn't. Because right now we've been separated, like we haven't been together for a long time, and plus I already know that I'm not going to get the same person because there's a gap, huge gap period. When there's a gap,
but what if you get a better person?
If I get a better person?
Yeah, because you got to think about it like this. It's not necessarily a negative that y'all been separated for so long. Because she might see things differently now versus like maybe if you would have did whatever it is that you did and then y'all tried to get back together right away, she might have been like less willing willing to forgive or would have constantly been bringing what you did up, versus like, okay, time has passed, lessons have been learned. Maybe she went through a couple bad relationships, and it's kind of like, okay, well, I remember I had this good thing going. She might be willing to like actually like give it a solid go.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why it wouldn't work out again, because towards the end of the relationship, there was some toxic signs to her. Very toxic. One thing is for sure, once you break a woman's heart, it ain't no coming back from that. Okay, you know the whole song goes, "Hell have no fury over woman's."
Like a woman's scorn.
Yes.
I think I'm like the very rare exception. Like, I will take my L's and walk away. The worst I'm gonna do, if you really hurt my feelings, I might send you a text message and be like, you know, you're. What's the worst thing I probably said to a man? I'll say some shit like, "You evil and your ass going to hell." But guess what? By the time you did some shit. But I'm not the type to like fuck your car up and do stuff like that.
So you ain't gonna put no bricks through my door. You ain't gonna cut up my sheets and none of that shit.
I've never done that. You know what's crazy? I've had men do that to me.
Put water in my gas tank.
I've had men bust out my. I had a man break my car door, kick my car door in. I had a dude while I was sleeping go into my car and break my stereo in my car. I had a dude go into my apartment. This nigga thought he was on the Bad Girls Club. And take all the condiments out of my refrigerator, take the sheets off my mattress, and pour all that shit on my mattress. So
you was in a toxic relationship. So you had one of those.
But and I didn't do nothing. Like it was like this is all over argument. Huh?
You don't have to.
Yeah, when people be toxic.
Narcissistic. Controlling.
Yeah, he was a narcissist. This man was a narcissist.
Yeah, they want to have control.
He was a narcissist. But I've never behaved like that. No, I take that back. I remember one time the dude that I was in a relationship with for 2 years, I was so devastated. And I pulled up because I knew he was at his mom's house at this time. So because he had moved at the house with me. I pulled up to his mom's house and I waited on him. And he drove the car straight into the garage. And I came out and I like banged on the car garage, right? And it was like, you gonna talk, because at the time he would not talk to me, right? It was like he just wanted to break up with me and then just go on like nothing happened, right? And I hit the garage so hard that the window bust. And this is mom's window for the car garage, right? But I didn't hit the window. I hit the door and the window, I hit it so hard that the window bust. But you know what? This is how I know I wasn't the problem. His mom calls me, right? And you know his mom was like, girl, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. You know what his mom said? She said, how he did you, girl, he ain't working. You need to calm down. You gonna get better. And you know, I said, I'm so sorry. I will come pay for it. She said, nah, he finna pay for this shit. Nah, he going over there right now. He finna go get this. He finna pay for the shit. Like, his mom was so upset about the breakup herself, you know, but yeah, that was the most crazy thing I did, but it was really unintentional. I was not trying to, and I was crying. I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to break your window. And after that, I left him alone. Because I was just so embarrassed that I broke that window like that.
So a guy just ignoring you and not giving you attention is what irritates you more.
No, we were in a relationship. It wasn't like, oh,
yeah, but he was ignoring you for a reason. He was mad at you. That's
he
why
broke up with me.
Right, and he didn't say nothing to you afterwards. Like he was just ignoring you, right? That's what you said.
No, you're not understanding. This is the same dude that I was in a relationship that I thought was gonna marry, and he broke up with me because he wanted to go sleep with another girl and sleep and do his thing. After he broke up with me, he blocked me on everything, and I believe part of the reason why he did that is because every time I would hit him up, I was sad about the breakup, so like it made him feel bad, and B, he didn't want me to see what he was doing right after the breakup.
How many times did you hit him up after the breakup?
Like every day I was hitting him up. Like every day. Like every day I was hitting him up. Yes, every day I was hitting him up. I was sad. I was like, whatever it is that made you want to break up with me, like I'll change it. I was in love with him. I was in love with him. People might be like, oh, I don't feel like y'all can clown me for this or whatever. Y'all ain't never really had nobody like love y'all.
All right, I'm just saying the nigga gotta breathe.
Yes,
though. You hit him up every day, every single day. What you expect?
I was in love with him. Like you're not understanding. We lived together. Like literally, you don't understand. Literally, the week before he broke up with me, he told me this was the best relationship I ever been in my life. I can't wait to get married to you. And I wasn't pressing him for that. He was just confessing. That's what I'm saying. Niggas will confess their damn heart to me. And then boom, do the fuck shit. Literally the next week, he broke up with me. And this is how he broke up with me. We were literally in the house. All his stuff was in the house. And we were talking about something we were going to do in the future. And he looked me dead in my face, kissed me, and told me that he loved me. I left to go pick up my daughter from school.
Ooh,
and
he
moved all his shit out the house while I was gone. So then he calls me and was like, hey, I moved all my stuff out the house. And I'm like laughing and I'm like, okay. I get there and all his stuff is gone. So it's like, yes, I was devastated. I hit him up every day after that until he blocked me.
So what caused him to just do that? No man is just gonna just pick up his shit and just go. You must have pissed him off or something.
We never had an argument.
So he just picked up his stuff and just go. That's it. He's done. No answers, nothing. Wow.
I never hit this man. He never hit me. I had never called this man out of his name. He had never called me out my name. We didn't argue over petty shit. It was literally this man confessed, I want to get married, this and that, and then the next week, gone. I think it just got too serious for him.
That's pretty strange.
People are strange. And then when he came back, it was like I really didn't appreciate what I had, and I had to go out here and see and woo. And these girls is not like you. They don't do XYZ. They da. And like, you know, I need you to help me to grow as a man and woo. And I want to get back to the relationship. I want to get married. But if you've ever been left out of nowhere, it's the most devastating shit in the world because you don't even see it coming. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. His mom didn't see it coming. None of his family members saw it coming. There's not one person that knew us that will ever sit up and be like, yep, we saw that breakup coming. Everybody was blindsided. So yes, I hit him up every day after that because I just couldn't believe it. I just never saw it ending.
Yeah. I don't know. I would just take things, maybe because I'm a man, I just think of it differently. If a woman does any type of ghosts or activities of being, whatever, dude, I'm just moving on. I've had one that ghosts me a couple times, and then she calls me back close to a year later, apologizing for what she's done, but then continues to have these same patterns and these behaviors. So we'll go on dates here and there, and then she'll switch around, and I don't know. It's either something.
But this wasn't your girlfriend. This wasn't your girlfriend that you live with.
I get you on that. I get you on that. But we were trying to get there, right? We were trying to get there. But we've talked periods of times throughout the year. But I think honestly is that she's been through so much bad relationships that she's terrified to commit and to get into one. This is why she does these series of like, I'm a pop in and pop out whenever I want. So I had to stop that. So I cut her off because I've kind of set like emotional boundaries to where I'm not going to let a woman like take me off my energy and my course, especially when I'm locked in and I'm trying to do stuff. But yeah, I would love to have a companion. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to stop what I'm trying to do, what I'm focusing on. So she's got too much things going on mentally. She calls me. She says, Drew, I need some help. I need to get some help. So what I did is I also started to look for a therapist for her, someone that could, get her right, because she said she needs to go see a therapist, right? So, I was doing some things on the side to kind of help her out. She was being unappreciative of things because she was going through a series of mental illness, right? Where her personality, I think she may have bipolar disorder, but her personality traits would be different. So if it's certain things that I say, it would trigger her back to that individual of who she is. You ever notice that? I mean, have you ever dealt with someone that is a human form, but they have like, I know this sounds crazy as shit, but they have like two different spirits in them? Like one could be them and then it'll be like a different person.
Oh yeah, I had a boyfriend like that, and he had the exact same kind of behavior. And then you'd be like, "Damn, everything going cool,
yeah,
and we good." Now this was a situation. This was the man that it's crazy. So this is the man I dated after this boyfriend broke up with me. Mind you, we never had an in and out situation. The guy I dated for 2 years that I lived with that broke up with me out of nowhere, we were on the entire time we were together. We were on. It was not toxic. So that's why I was devastated to hit him up every day when he broke up with me, because now I have an attachment because we've been on this entire time, right? So I can't just turn this off and turn that on. I had to genuinely feel it and go through all them steps. That guy I dated after him, I think he dealt with mental illness. I know he did, because even his mom would be like, something is wrong with you. But it was like we would be good. We would be good for months. 3 months, 4 months, then boom, he starts ghosting me and stops talking to me, and then becomes really evil and malicious and vile. Then when he sees that I'm not talking to him, boom, now he want to come chasing me. And then it was just a cycle until it just finally, you just kind of got to accept this is who this person is, quit dealing with them.
Right. Do they tend to come back in your life whenever you're just about to move on for some reason? Like they might be like a shift or a period in your life where things are going good, and that's when the past comes back and haunts you?
Yeah, they like to come back during them times, but I think the only way to deal with those people, the only way that you can deal with those people is you can't do that on and off cycle with them. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta, if you are ever going to take them, first of all, mental illness is just hard to deal with. So this could be, some people do it to play games, and some people do it because they're mentally ill. And if it's a situation when if they're mentally ill, there's nothing you can do. Right. If it's a situation where they're doing it to play games, then you have to teach them that playing games does not yield the results that they want.
Right.
So what that looks like is when they come back, you can't take them right back. Maybe they have to wait. You got to teach them. You can't just come back on your times and on your terms.
Right. You got to set boundaries. I absolutely. And I think everybody should do that, set boundaries. Not even if you're not in a relationship, that goes with friends too. Because I mean, you could have a trustworthy relationship with someone that you think you're cool with, and in the next minute, you guys may have an argument or something you may have a fallout, then they may get emotionally wrapped up to where they got to be messy and get nasty, right? I see it all the time, especially in this travel space, especially among men. That mental illness is real. Like it really does affect. There's a situation between Milano and Flip. They were going at it with each other. They got this little passport, bro. I don't know, the travel type of war going on. I know Flip for a long time. I know Milano for a long time. I've had my issues with
I didn't know
Milano.
they was beefing.
Yeah, they got a little beef going on. I had my issues with Milano in the past. And he tends to start a lot of drama with people. He did. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's a bad person, but he's just got, I think he gets triggered very easy when someone is giving him any type of constructive criticism on certain things. He may take it as if like they're attacking him, but they're like really trying to watch out, like say, hey, you know, maybe you shouldn't do this or maybe you shouldn't do that. But some people just can't take that. They take it as a threat, so they feel like they have to attack you. He's one of those individuals that gets easily emotionally wrapped up and gets triggered. So I've experienced it with him. Flip Flop has his own shop, and you know, Milano said some things that he wanted to take his shop down. I'm not really a pro advocate of trying to take another brother's shop down, you know what I'm saying? Or especially no recording, and it shouldn't be any recording there. Like you shouldn't be doing certain things. If they don't want to associate with you in that type of level, then you shouldn't get upset with them, because he has a business to run and maybe he doesn't want cameras. And you know, of course he invited you to the restaurant, but at the same time, you know, if the locals don't want no recording at the restaurants, then respectfully just don't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, of course.
But you know,
that's very interesting.
Yeah, I hope that you don't I don't know what type of character you saw in me, because I don't know if people said bad things about me to you or whatever, or I don't know
they
what
did it. Nobody said nothing to me about you.
Oh, okay. I was surprised, because I mean you was kind of going at me.
I was aware of your content, but nobody said nothing about you to me.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just taking shots at me automatically.
No, I watched it because I seen you do reviews when me and Homie Sub was beefing, and then you tagged me in some things, but nobody said nothing about you.
Oh, okay. I just thought, my bad. I was just on the impression thinking that you were upset over some certain things that you were addressing. That's all.
No, nobody said nothing. And then when I see you in my chat, that's when I said something. But you ain't the only one I done said something to. When they come in my chat, it's been people who I be seeing them, like one guy. He don't miss a live. Okay. Well, you know what? He missed this one tonight. But he's run over here. And then he be over on the next channel talking about I'm insufferable. Then why the fuck you coming over here if I'm insufferable? So this is the stuff that we all deal with in the travel space. But just when I be seeing certain things, when they come in my chat, I say something. And I might not even go off on them. I just might just let them know, hey, I seen what you said.
But you know, sometimes it's funny games. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's for funny games. I don't think anybody means anything personally about it, but then sometimes it can be a personal attack.
Depending on what they say.
That's true. I think there's just levels of understanding certain people's situation. So if someone cannot relate to your situation, or if they're new to your situation, they're going to take it either two ways. It's either they're going to hate on it or they're going to absolutely love it. And most people tend to hate on things that they don't know anything about before they're able to actually grasp and get an understanding for what that person is. That makes sense.
Yeah. What I've learned too is a lot of people on the internet are just so fucking emotional.
Yeah.
And it's like for example, I'm not gonna say his name. He know who he is. He probably watched you. It's another content creator in this space, and the reason why I'm not gonna say his name and I didn't even address him is because we have talked off of the internet, and I felt like whatever his issue was with what I said, he could have called my phone because he got my number.
So
I made some posts. You said what?
No, I said y'all were close like that. Y'all were talking like.
I want to say we was close, but he had my number.
Okay.
And I don't want to go any further into what, because then it's gonna be very easy to deduce who I'm talking about.
Yeah. You don't have to.
So anyway, I make some posts about a certain country that a lot of people hate. And I give an opposing view. I give an unpopular view. If you follow me on Instagram, you know what I'm talking about. Here he come commenting, I'm following you. I'm unfollowing you. You too much of a shit starter. He's like really mad, like writing in all caps and stuff. And I'm like, hold on. All it takes is me posting one opinion you don't like and your big grown ass.
He's mad.
Is mad, emotional, and in your feelings. Hold on. So I understand I'm not for everybody. So when he said that, I didn't even comment. I didn't even acknowledge it because I'm like, this is childish. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is childish. We literally got each other's number. Like, I'm not gonna respond to this.
So he's trying to I guess he's trying to see if he can emotionally break you by either saying things about your looks or the way you look or whatever, the same typical tactics people do.
No, I don't know if he said anything about my looks. I don't know if he said anything about me because I haven't watched any of his lives. I don't know if he's addressed the issue, but just on my Instagram, he gonna like write on my post, I'm unfollowing you, and it's like, what over that? You know what I'm saying? But honestly and truly, I think in this space, a lot of people just be like, it'd be a lot of secret animosity, even if you think you're cool with somebody. So they be looking for any reason to bug out on you.
They'll find reasons. Yeah. Trust me, in this space too, I'm very neutral when I do my shows too. I've had hosts where I have debates, and some people don't like me because I'm an unbiased person. Like, I will listen to both people's point of views. I'll give my constructive criticism on both sides, and I'll ask people, what do you guys think? But I never really give a clear answer, and I think that's what pisses some people off because they want me to, like, Drew, you need to be on this side, and even if to you too, some people would say like, oh, well, she don't understand, man. She's out here. She's an infiltrator. She's out there like, all right, man, I guess. But
and I'm like, how I infiltrate a space I got literally dragged into?
You infiltrating the passport bro space. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? You out here trying to gatekeep the pussy, I guess. I don't know.
But here's the thing. I wasn't the first, and I won't be the last to say, hey, these men are not having authentic relationships with these women. Majority of the cases, right? I ain't the first YouTuber to say that. Tanya TKO was a way bigger YouTuber. And she was one of the first reporting it. The fellas, the cat's been out the bag with that. Nobody in 2026 genuinely believes that the majority of y'all are going to these other countries and finding wives. Because first of all, y'all ain't produced no wives. Majority ain't. Some have. Or some they go do the pay-for-play thing and then eventually they settle down and get the wife. But like the vast majority, be honest, Andrew. Just think about the travel space alone. If you compare the men that are married versus the ones that aren't, and I'm talking about they went and married a foreign wife, which group is in the majority?
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm in a community where I'm also in part of the Medellin expat community. So I'm also in the Dominican expat community. So there's a couple of the communities out there where
those men are married.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna
talking
see a
about
lot.
the YouTube travel space.
Oh, the travel space itself. Okay. Well, yeah, you ain't gonna really see too much of that. No,
She
because
said what?
I don't think you're gonna see too much of that because I don't think the content is really based off relationships. Really, it's more, I would say, more hooking up, maybe dating here and there. But I think that realm is a little bit more of the hookup culture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the men on Facebook, those are the expats. Those are not the passport bros. Those are the expats, you know, and they come in all colors, black, white, whatever the case may be. And they not necessarily, them expat men don't really be online. Most of them ain't in the WhatsApp groups unless it's like a club or something for that particular city that they're living in. And they be having their wives and they get together with their wives and their kids, and then they go do activities with the other men that had kids, and they don't got nothing, no parts or no passport, bro, nothing. And they might have a business there. Yeah, those are there. Oh yeah, I see them all the time in Medellin. The dude that owns Machiavelli's in Medellin, he's the black guy, pastry chef. He has the best pastry shop in Medellin. Married a Colombian woman. They have a beautiful baby. She's not the girl, and she looks nothing like cute woman, beautiful woman. She looks nothing like them girls walking in Parquilleras.
Right. Well, I think for shock value and entertainment purposes, you know, there's a different type of space for that. Where I call it like the disco world, where you see guys out there where they have the girls in the pools, and you know they got them in the nightclubs and they shaking ass and titties and all that. That's that type of culture and that lifestyle that they're trying to put out for single men that want to party and have a good time. So, and then you got to have other content where there's people like Checks in Effect, where he'll go out and he'll explore the culture. So it's different types of travel content for different people that are, and then you got the crash outs, your J Rowling, your New York City the Future. I've had an interview last night with Yanni, and shout out to Yanni, and also Lucy.
Yanni, like Real Talk with Yanni?
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to her. I've been watching her channel for a long time.
Yeah, so she was like my interpreter. So I wanted to get to some questions about the situation between New York City the Future and Lucy. So apparently there's some rumors in the travel space going around. Well, actually it isn't, but New York City the Future had a relations with Lucy when she just turned 18, but it's legal. But here's the thing. He had relations with her younger sister, and the sister's 16. And there's also stuff that she added on yesterday, which was news stating that he would, I guess, hold certain women that were underage and have them urinate on themselves. I mean, this is what she said. So, yeah, it gets a little bit really graphical, you know. And then on top of it, she also said that strong allegations here that I guess there's times where he wouldn't give them anything or any money. So I don't know.
But what?
There's times where he wouldn't give them any money. Like I guess they weren't getting treated.
But how would he know? How would she know that?
That's what I'm saying. It's pretty.
That's why it's very difficult for me. Like me and Tanya TKO got into it. This is when I was like a smaller channel, but we just got into it. Me being a viewer, and I commented on her stuff, and she made a very childish reaction video because there was a man that called in and said that his wife divorced him after she beat her cancer, right? And she decided she wanted a divorce. And he explained his side of the story, which was all we had. We didn't have her side of the story. And Tanya TKO began filling in blanks. And he had said that, and then she was filling in the blanks and talking about them as if they were facts. And then, you know, of course, the audience was getting riled up. And I'm like, you don't know if that's what happened. So one thing that she said that I remember that was just wow to me is that when this man's wife was sick, he was on the road. He was a trucker. So he was still working and driving the trucks. And he was like, she was like, well, when his wife was sick, he wasn't there for her. He's on the road driving trucks. And I'm like, ma'am, who's going to pay the bills?
Yeah, he's got to work for a living. Like, what do you expect?
She can't work. Like, who's got to pay the bills? So she got upset and she read my kind. She was like calling me a pick me. And the only thing I told her was that it's not right to fill in gaps or say stuff that don't make sense. And then talk about them as if they're facts. And it was other stuff that she was saying where I was like, bro, you have caused a whole bunch of outrage in this man's story just because you decided that you wanted to go fill in the blanks. And then now you're sticking to that. Like, it can't be anything outside of what you said. When the reality is, I'm not saying the man was right. I'm not saying he was a good or a bad husband. I'm saying we don't have enough information. You know what I'm saying? To really understand why she left, unless we would hear her side of it, you know? So I said that to say with a lot of these female content creators, and I like Yanni, I watch like Yanni and I think she does a good job, but it's so hard because watching them, because they have to cater to the women. And the women love taking a story. They love it when you take some shit and run with that shit. So then it becomes like, okay, we're not even really just sticking to the facts of what we know. And then if you don't agree with them, they get upset.
Right. Well, I mean, in this, well, I mean, I didn't necessarily get that from her. I mean, because basically she was just being the translator, interpreter. You know, she was just translating what Lucy was experiencing and the situation with New York City, the future. So I don't think I got that from her. I mean, maybe your experience
so
with her was
Lucy
different.
say, okay, so because I'm trying to figure out where she got that from, because I think, is this news to us in the travel space that Future wasn't paying the girls? Because this is the first time I heard that. So I'm wondering where Yanni got that from. Did Lucy say that? Was Lucy on the stream?
Well, Lucy was on the stream at the same time, so she was just translating what was going on. But I think it was that to that degree. And then I'm trying to remember in the conversation that we had. So basically, she said that they never had sex, and it was just a business agreement.
Lucy told me she never had sex with NYC the Future either.
Yeah. Do you believe that? I mean, honest opinion. I mean, you be honest. Just be honest.
I don't know. So a part of me is like, because Future said he slept with her, right?
Yeah, he did.
A part of me is like, I understand her want and need to protect her reputation. Because at the end of the day, the internet is forever. So I understand her. We don't know who she dating, if she got a man. We don't know if she was dating somebody at the time. I understand her wanting to, you know, maybe if it did happen, she did do it. I understand her wanting to say, no, we didn't, right? But then she has to understand when she does stuff like that, a credibility issue comes into play. It's like, is all the other stuff that you're saying is true? So,
well, for what was put out,
then men lie on they thing-a-ling all the time.
Yeah, but there was messages being put out. I don't know if you heard the latest news, but she put out text messages of the conversations of her sister in New York City, the Future, and some of the stuff that was said was, from what I remember, I guess, an exchange with money and how he wasn't paying the girls and taking care of them. So I don't know. It's just the story is, to me.
I remember that because she was saying Future promised that no matter what, he was always going to take care of the girls.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And my whole thing was he taking care of you just for you coming on his live streams, or was he taking care of you because y'all had a sexual relationship? Which to me, that would make more sense. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, Future should have never been dealing with either one of those girls.
I agree. And I also go by a whole method is if I don't have any idea how old she is, and I gotta guess it, because you know a woman when you see one. When you're a man, you know a woman when you see one, and when you see a child, you know you're dealing with a child. If I gotta guess, and I gotta think about the age, I'm not gonna deal with it.
Yeah. If you gotta guess, like, no, if this is not clearly, and I'm the same way, I will not. Baby, if you look young, I don't care if I don't care. You could be 20. I ain't dating no 21-year-old. At 33, you couldn't pay me to date no 21-year-old. Okay, I'm not doing it. But like, I can't even date men who I know their real age and I've seen your ID, but it's something about you that's too young looking for me.
Yeah. I just want to go back to that homies hub question because
I forgot. I was gonna ask, is you and the homies hub beefing, or is somebody what's going on with that? Hold on.
Homies hub felt betrayed by the Andrew show as he was expected. Bro, loyalty.
What happened?
I'll tell you a story about that. You could go up to that where it says Art of Will. You see it? Art of Will 082.
There we go.
Yeah.
Why did you say that? Are y'all beefing, or is he talking about this live we doing now? What?
No. Okay, so this is like before you got on YouTube. Okay, so Homies Hub, I had him on my show, and he was kind of new to the space. So I liked a couple of his, some of his music. I fuck with his music. His music was dope. I always give him credit on people that I see or people that have it on my show.
Polite.
Right. I give him credit where credit's due. So I was just like, yo, I fuck with your music. Your music's dope. I like it. And then I was like, yo, we should do a show together. Boom, boom, boom. So we did shows together. And then somehow there's a guy called QB Passport Flexing. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but
I've heard the name. I don't know who he is.
Okay, so he's not on YouTube anymore, but he was on YouTube. I got a good business partner.
I know who it is.
You know who QB
I know.
Is.
I mean,
Mexico.
He's not doing content anymore, but I know who it is.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Him and Homies Hub had a disagreement on pros and dating experience because QB is more on the dating side of things, and then I want to say Homies Hub is more. His content is really good too. I'm not gonna hold you. He's got good content because one of his videos that he put out was the experience on understanding the dating perspective on how the girls are that he's dealing with in those areas in Medellin. You know what I'm saying? So I could understand it from that level.
I might have seen that video.
Yeah. It's kind of like a understanding like a pimp type of whole type culture, understanding what you're getting involved with, which I get it, but you know what I'm saying? Not everybody's on that type of field. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's different, but it's content for whatever you like. That's what's so great about the space. It has so many different varieties of different topics of travel content that you can go for, but whatever suits you. But anyways, so these two have a disagreement. So I was like, all right, let me host a debate. You guys get on the show, we do a debate, we'll host it together. These guys were going heated on the Discord because there was a Discord that we were all part of, right? Homies Hub's got a Discord. He kicked me out and he kicked QB out. But him and QB have this war going on. Like, and till this day, they're still at it with each other. So things got real personal where QB's, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on the show, but QB's inappropriate tapes were sent to a private group. Somehow it got out, right? It got out the group. So Homies Hub got a part of it. And he also posted, videos and stuff like that. This is stuff that's all already out here. So they were going at it with each other. Next minute, all hell breaks loose, lawsuits being thrown around. I try to save the beef for what it is. I try to make sure that these guys want to take things off of YouTube and they'll just leave it on YouTube. Because I said this time and time again. I said this to Homies Hub and I said this to QB. I said, listen, if it goes off YouTube, I don't want no parts of this shit.
Yeah.
I don't want no parts of this shit. This is for fun and games.
I've heard Homies Hub talk about throwing around lawsuits and stuff before.
Yeah, well, QB's doing some things behind scenes because personal information was out and it was leaked on his behalf on what he's saying. So with that being said, I kind of stepped out of it. Homies Hub felt that I guess I was more favoring QB side, but I told him, like, I'm not getting in the middle of none of you niggas because now y'all taking it to other levels. It's going outside of YouTube. I can't control it. So they were just going at it with each other. So I just said, you know what?
What were you supposed to do in that situation?
Now I'm considered as a person who betrayed him because I chose not to get involved. And I should have did something. What am I supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do?
What can I do?
Did QB face any consequences, like in his personal life?
As far as what? As far as the situation?
Jobs, anything like that?
It could have affected his job. I'm not 100% sure what happened behind scenes, but I think Homies was trying to do some things from what I was told, to get it.
Because that was like, I remember when I first came on and I went at the Homies Hub, that was like, hey, you better be careful. This when I first heard of QB. Homies Hub got into a QB and we ain't see, he ran him off the internet. And I said, baby, I'm not that type of chick. They can't run me off of nowhere. Okay? Well, you met the right one. So that was the first time I heard his name. You met the right one. You met your match today.
I know how you get down. I said this, I would say to QB, I said, man, I was just listening to the whole roast. I said, Jesus, man, this is unreal. I've never seen somebody go toe-to-toe with Homies Hub like that. Because Homies Hub can be really brutal. You know what I'm saying? Like he can really, hurt a nigga's feelings. I've seen it. If you're gonna run somebody over, well, I ain't gonna say he ran off of YouTube. Let's not say that, because in all honesty, he decided to get off because for his mental sanity, it's just not right. He's in a better place right now. He's got a great paying job. So he's not trying to ruin that. Yeah. So I mean, I can't help but respect somebody who's doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they don't necessarily need this. Whereas somebody like me, like, okay, I do content for a living. Like I'm at the point now where I'm like working with myself, with my business I have going. So you can't run me off the internet, because who you gonna go tell on me to?
Right. Well, I mean, in this situation, he wasn't being run off. He's doing other things. QB's doing other things.
Yeah. He chose to just focus his energy on something that mattered more. Baby, I had time.
So the videos that Homie Hubs has, some of it is private, and he also has his, his intimate videos that's out there on demand. So he's trying to get it taken down. Homies Hub has it on certain sites.
Homies Hub put videos of him hunching on girls out.
Yeah.
Damn,
So-
but see how he get those videos.
Well, see, it was separated in the private link, and it went out somehow. It went out. This is why I always say this, man. I always say this. Me personally, listen, I've been around guys who do locker room talk. You know what I'm saying? We're all men. We're gonna have locker room talk. We're gonna talk shit. We're gonna do things. Blah blah blah. Hee hee. Boom boom. Right? But there's levels to certain things. Right? Especially if you're in a whole room full of men and then you decide to want to show things. I know some men feel that they have a brotherhood, but there's men out there that may not necessarily like you. They may act like they like you,
Facts.
and they may not necessarily like you. So if they want to do something to destroy you, they can use that as evidence, right? And it gets passed on to somebody that you might have some serious beef with, which we saw on YouTube.
But my issue with Homie's Hub is he the main one that be like, yeah, you gotta watch what these niggas, because they will betray you and see how they betrayed me. And it's like, sir, you look like the same thing that you accuse other men of doing to you. You're capable. Like, I remember he went on some rant about me. And again, he brought my daughter into the story, the equation. And he was like, I'm the only one that cares about you in this space. And it's like, sir, you said that, but then in the same conversation, I was a bitch and all that, which I don't care because I call you every bitch ass, hoe ass nigga every chance that I give. So who give a fuck? But it's like, you don't care about me, sir. And if you had certain information on me, or if you could produce videos about me, you would be the first one to put that shit out there. So don't get on here fake pumping like you actually care about me. And this is why you're saying the things that you're saying, because you don't.
Can I ask you a question, Mariah?
Hi, Iceberg. Yeah, go ahead.
You think Homie Hubs may have a thing for you? Ever cross your mind?
I mean, yeah, and this is why I say it. How are you doing tonight, girl? This is why I say that, because he's several times talked about me in a sexually explicit manner. And he even said on the first time he talked about me that if he seen me, he would holler at me. So, and he's made, he's come in my DM. I blocked him. He done came at me on another account in my DMs, just trying to talk and make himself seem. I think it might be that. And then he just can't accept the fact that, and people can be like, oh, well, he has access to all these baddies in Colombia. He knows they don't want him for real. He's talked about this. And then I think for somebody like him, it's just an ego thing. Like, it's just an ego thing. He can't, what I've noticed too, and somebody might clip this, but I don't care. But I've noticed this a lot with, sometimes with men who are dark skinned. When there's a woman like me, first of all, a lot of them, this is not all, but I'm just saying this kind of weird mentality that I've seen. I think they're so used to women of my complexion preferring darker skinned men because that's who was gonna put them on a pedestal. If you're a woman of my complexion and you want to get married, that is like your easiest route to marriage. Okay, you have a more level playing field when you're dating men of lighter complexion and things like that. It's not as easy because those men tend to date in a broader, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not fetishizing you for your color or anything like that. They're like the same color. So hold on, my camera's about to die.
No, I can hear you. Oh, okay. There's no sound.
I think it's the ego thing. I think a lot of men like Homie's Hub, they like put light-skinned women or even like Latina women on like a pedestal. They fetishize women with that aesthetic so much. So like and they feel like they own you. And then when you're not necessarily their preference, it's a problem. So Homie's Hub even had like a huge problem with me saying that I like my preferred, like I prefer Puerto Rican men. Like that was such an issue to him, and he made such a big deal. And it's like, bro, like you're like, what? You're not in the United States dating women that look like you. you're in Colombia, at least the men that I date, they might like be of a different culture, but they at least look like me. And it's not that I don't date dark skinned men. What he wanted was for me to say that, like, my daughter's dad is dark skinned. What he wanted me to say is like, that's my preference. And, you know, like he wanted to be the preference. And it's like, no, I like Puerto Rican men that's like Puerto Rican are my favorite, but I got others that I will date too. And they don't necessarily have to look that same way. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, it's your preference. Is what you.
But he like took that shit. Even though Homies Hub talks about Black women like he's the fourth coming of the Klan, he took that shit so personal and like made it a huge talking point in his channel. You said so damn so dark skinned. I'm saying if you're a light skinned woman, that's your easiest dating market. If you're a light skinned woman and you want to get married and you want to go date somebody who's going to put you on a pedestal, yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because you have to understand, white men don't put light-skinned women on a pedestal. Light-skinned Black men don't put light-skinned women on a pedestal. Biracial men don't put light-skinned women on a pedestal. Latina men don't put light-skinned women on a pedestal. They don't care like that. If they're dating you and they like you, it had absolutely nothing to do with you being light-skinned. You might be fine or beautiful to them, but like it had nothing to do with you being light, and they won't even bring it up. When y'all are dating, it just never comes up. They don't care.
Do you think
they will talk about other features like you have beautiful eyes, or you have a nice ass, or I like your hair, but your skin color is never a topic of discussion.
Do you think that comes from a Western type of outlook on things, or maybe like a European culture influence?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. People keep saying like, "Oh, Mariah on fire." Thank you, Will. Yeah, like so. We're keeping it a buck. I think that that's something that's deeply ingrained, and I think that it's something that has been ingrained since before European colonization. I think it's been something that's been ingrained since before modern slavery. I mean, you got to think about it. There are parts of Asia where they literally were never colonized, and whiter skin is the preference. I don't know why light skin is the natural default of attractiveness, where white is like, you know, and then like anything closest to, I don't know why, but I don't think it has anything to do with slavery or anything like that. Or like, you got to think about like this, white people don't really care about Black people being light skinned and dark skinned and none of that shit. Like the first time I realized white people even just kind of see it differently than what we do. I remember I was talking about a college professor with one of the white kids in my class. And I was like, he was describing this professor, and I was like, oh, is he kind of like light-skinned? The professor might have been a little bit lighter than you, Andrew. And the white boy looks at me and he goes, no, he's not light-skinned. He's like your color. And that's when I learned white people don't necessarily view it the way we do, or that skin color is very relative depending on who you're talking to. I honestly don't know why people of especially men of darker skin complexions prefer lighter colored women, but I don't think it has anything to do with slavery. And I don't think that there's not a place on this earth that you will go and you will find that the darker skinned men don't prefer women that are lighter than them. I don't believe there's a place where that exists.
So do you think it's sort of like a media propaganda, whatever they promote is beautiful? You don't think it's the media that kind of influence people?
No, I don't think it's the media, because you have to understand. Even like some of the first cases of interracial marriage that were brought before the Supreme Court, and even like what motivated a lot of these civil rights movement was the fact that a lot of Black men were upset that they couldn't marry white women. So a lot of those cases, yeah, it finally got overturned in the Loving case, but a lot of the cases before were, Black, darker skinned men trying to marry these white women. And this is before mainstream media. No, I don't think it's media. I don't think media can do anything to fix it. Honestly, I mean, we have some of the most representative media that we've ever had. And the attitudes still haven't changed. We've had situations where they tried to uplift darker skinned Black women and do all these ad campaigns with them. And I just think that it's just something that's hardwired in them. I say this too, and a lot of people, they don't like that I say this, but the reason why I say I believe that there was something hardwired in a lot of Africans to prefer whiteness even before slavery is because when white men first touched foot on the continent of Africa, they didn't automatically think this is a ghost or a demon. You think this is a god? There's something embedded in this culture where you associate whiteness with a heavenly deity that already existed. Because why didn't you think demon? Why didn't you think a goat? Why don't you think any other shit beside this is a god?
I don't know. Maybe my way of thinking, I never saw women for color, really. I just saw if you a bad bitch, you a bad bitch. Like I look at your features. That's what attract me more to women physically. It was never
You're not
really
dark
like,
skinned.
huh?
You're not dark skinned.
Well, I mean, even if I was, I'm just speaking on my mentality. I mean, I don't.
Sir,
Even if I was dark skinned,
no. You think it doesn't matter?
are we talking about dark? Or are we talking about just?
I'm talking about homies who have dark skin.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying those type of men tend to prefer light-skinned women. Men, I wouldn't even necessarily put men your color or lighter. Like y'all are more likely to kind of either fall into you're like kind of proving my point. Because you're like more a caramel skin tone. Men like you are more likely, and then the lighter we go, you're more likely to fall into the I don't care category.
Yeah. So you don't think dark skinned men don't have that type of? You think
The
they're all
majority
just
don't.
really?
The majority. I'm not saying they won't sleep with dark skinned women. I'm not even saying that they won't even marry dark skinned women. I'm saying the majority don't prefer dark skin. I'm saying the majority pedestalize dark skinned women. I mean, like light skinned women, and then they feel a way if we don't necessarily return that same desire.
I don't know. Dark skinned dudes. I don't know if I see too many. Well, I don't know. I ain't around niggas that much anyway. So
I'm saying this as a light skinned woman who I've had so many dark skinned men come ask me what I'm mixed with before they even ask me my name.
So it's more like a physical attraction than it is like hey, I want to get to know you type vibe. Like,
of course. And I never put any. A lot of light skinned women get gassed by that. And then what it does is it causes them to go into competition with dark skinned women. But I always knew it was a fetish. I always knew it was nothing more than some type of like weird fetish, right? So they've asked my name or the things that they'll say about dark skinned women. And they might be sleeping with dark skinned women, but just so they can feel like they think if they say these things, it's gonna make me feel good about myself. And they're always surprised when I check it. But I'm like, how quickly y'all are willing to sell out on your sisters when you think it's gonna gain you some favor, right? The same thing that they do in the travel space, same thing that they do in the WhatsApp groups with the black men. I mean, with the other black men. So it is what it is. But I'll say this: I don't deal with that kind of stuff, and that's why I will date a dark skinned man if he is not a colorist. The issue is that the ones that come try to talk to me are colorists. So my skin color is constantly coming up in our conversations, or they might have a lot of negative attitudes towards black women, or it's always something weird. I remember I dated a dark skinned man one time, and his whole thing every time we got into an argument was, "You're gonna leave me for some light skinned nigga." And it's like, bro, why are you worried about niggas that's not worried about you, bro? But the insecurity always comes up. Iceberg, you're light skinned.
You want to hear a story?
Yeah, I think you light skinned, girl. Am I telling the truth or am I lying?
But I'm gonna tell you this though.
It is like entitlement.
There's Latino men that could be jealous too of dark skinned dudes or dudes who are brown skinned. I've had an experience where funny, crazy experience, but it was a girl that I met, and I guess I didn't know he liked
about Iceberg. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
No, Iceberg. She said she red bone. That's light enough, girl. Go ahead.
Well, he got upset because I was dating the chick, or I was, just having fun with her, and he didn't like it too much because I guess he really liked the girl, but he never told me he did. But anyways, long story short, he started saying things in her ear like, "Oh, so you gonna get with Andrew? He probably got a big dick. You probably gonna fuck him, huh?"
Yeah, they
you
do
talking
have
to
that
him.
insecurity. They have it. Latino men have an insecurity around black men, and let me tell you why. Especially somewhere like Texas, I have seen Mexican girls who will have a Latino husband that they use to pay the bills, and they have a black man that they use for some side D. But every culture is different. So what I'll say is this. I'm gonna say every culture is different. So for example, I ain't never been like, a lot of black women won't date outside their race because they're like, black men have the biggest what you call it, or they give the best. But I don't have that mentality because like that's not necessarily true. It depends on what Latino you're dating.
Well, so the Latin women, I just want to intervene and say this: the Latin women I've dated, they tend to always have the same issues with the men. They're very insecure about shit.
Yeah, no. Latino men is more, and then it depends on what country he comes from too. It does. And then you got to understand, in their cultures, cheating is so heavy. In Black American culture, compared to their cultures, Black American women, people say what they want to say. We cheat way less. I don't cheat at all, but Black American women cheat way less. But it's nothing for them to cheat over here. So that's where a lot of their insecurity come from too. And then some of it depending on how well, what community he comes from, how well girth, it's insecurities surrounding dick size. That's not necessarily the case when we're talking about the Caribbean Latinos. You talk about Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, they packing.
Well, listen, all I'm saying is he just kind of gave me an alley-oop. So, I mean, I wasn't upset at all what he was saying to her. I mean, shit. But in these situations, I just don't think a friendship should be torn apart because a female that you're interested in, but you never told me she was, I ended up talking to her and you're upset. And now you're saying it's just weird behavior.
They can be jealous and they can say weird. They can start saying weird shit like, "Oh, you want to be somebody's baby mama," or "Does he even have a job?" Like that's the type of shit they become with.
Yeah.
Natasha says, I'm light skinned, and over the years, I have grown a dislike for dark skinned men. I'm actually sick of them and their colorism, self hate. Natasha, yeah, I mean, I can definitely, I wouldn't say I dislike them, but it makes it very complicated. And this is what they don't understand. And this is what I try to explain. And what they don't get is when I try to say, I will date a dark skinned man if he's not a colorist first. We have to be able to start there first. And if you don't like me out of a weird fetish, okay, we can't even get past that part for me to even then see if we're compatible. And that colorist shit, I don't want to deal with it. And I don't want to date somebody that thinks like that. And I don't want to deal with the insecurities that are gonna manifest later on down the line in the relationship because of it. It has nothing to do with them being dark skinned. Nothing. It's a lot of fine. Morris Chestnut come my way, I'm going. If he got the right mindset. What's that? Omar Epps in his prime. That he fine. Okay, that come my way, and he got the right mindset, and he's not a colorist. I'm going. Okay. But the problem is getting past the colorist mindset first, they fail that test every time.
Do you think it's just probably a miscommunication between
No.
dark-skinned men and light-skinned women? Maybe they feel that you guys have attitudes and you guys, you don't think it's none of that?
It's not a miscommunication. Here's the thing. Dark-skinned men with light-skinned women, how they feel about us depends on whether or not we give them sexual access.
Okay.
We're feminine if we will let them fuck us. We are masculine like our dark-skinned mamas. This is the shit I've heard them say. If we don't let them fuck us. Yeah, the men. Oh, you could tell that one was raised by a black woman. If I was over here smiling and laughing like Daphne Joy and letting them run through me, then I would be very feminine and likable.
Yeah, but I don't think that goes for all dark-skinned men though. I think that's just
not all. It's not definitely not all. It's the ones that try to date us. It's the ones that try to date me. It's the ones that try to date Natasha. The dark-skinned men that like dark-skinned women, they're not coming our way.
But what if they like both?
They could like both, but then guess what? The one that genuinely likes both, they're not coming to you talking shit about dark-skinned women. They're not constantly commenting on your curly hair and your light skin tone. And every time y'all go, shut your light skin ass up. Oh, light skin, like constantly every day. It's like your skin color is being brought into the equation.
Yeah, that comes
so it's possible that they like both, but now I have to watch your behavior to see, or is this a fetish? And most of the time, they're not going to pass that test.
Maybe it might not be a fetish. Maybe it may stimulate from a place of self-hate. Maybe
it could be a fetish or a self-hate. Either way, I don't got time for it. I don't care. I'm not a therapist. And you're not going to get that off on me. And that's why I say, when I'm dating men who are my skin color or have a very similar look to me, it's the easiest thing because that shit we never even talk about. So why would I deal with that if I don't have to? They don't care that I'm light skinned. Matter of fact, most light skinned men, when I've dated several light skinned men, and when they show me pictures of their exes, it's more of a mixed bag. A lot of them more likely to just, to end up dating darker skinned women, but they're far more like, I would say, open-minded. They have more of an assorted taste. And they don't care that you're light skinned because they don't give a fuck. Ladies in the comments, Natasha, would you say that's been your experience with light skinned men or Latino men, that they really don't care that you're light skinned? It's not a constant conversation. A lot of the times they will just assume your race and run with that shit, and then it'll come up later on and they be like, oh, I thought you were this. And I'm like, no. They don't even care to have a conversation about it.
I guess you are right to those levels that, you know, if a man's gonna say, well, shut your light skin ass up, get your light skin ass over here. Yeah, it does
It's too
stimulate.
much.
Yeah, that sounds like something.
A light skinned man would never say any of that.
A light skinned person generally. Yeah.
Light skinned people don't do that because, like, a light skinned people just kind of see you more for you as an individual. So they're not like, oh, shut your light skin up or get your light skin ass over here, or light skin it up. Or every time, here's another thing a lot of dark skinned men like to do. Every time you say something that they don't agree with, there go that white side, there go that white in you, and it's like, but maybe we just don't agree.
But maybe we could keep it fair though. There are some lighter skinned women that will tend to say, you know, you're dark ass this, you bamboo nigga. Like if they get pissed off and mad, you know, they do tend to bring out that color side coming out.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. It depends on the situation. But homies Hub tried to paint me as that. And okay, homies Hub got upset because when we got into it and he was coming for me first, I said that he had baboon lips, which his lips do look like a baboon's ass. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That bottom lip, I know that breath foul because that air, just stale air, in and out whenever he talks. Anyway, that's not something that I reserve for everybody that's dark skinned. He genuinely has bad. Go look at his lips, right? And not all. I said Casey Redbeard looks like a primate, and he's a white man. And Casey Redbeard, I don't know why. Like, he absolutely does look like a primate. He looks like something out of the jungle, and he's white. He's a white man that looks like a primate.
Yeah, he's a weirdo himself. He likes to promote pros a lot.
Yeah, he does. But here's the thing: I'm not the type of woman. If I date a man, and I've dated dark skin, no dark skin man that I have ever dated before will be like, she got upset and she called me a monkey or whatever, because like I wouldn't even date you if I thought that's what you look like.
Oh wow. Hey, you just out here hurting feelings, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't even date. Like, if I'm dating a dark skinned man, he's attractive. Like, there's plenty of dark skin attractive man. Like, that's not the issue. So if I'm dating a dark skinned man, he's attractive. There will never be no need for. Here's another thing a lot of women do. I see a lot of pretty women do this. I see a lot of light-skinned women do this. They intentionally go date men that they don't really find attractive other than their sexual prowess in the bed. And then when they get upset, then yes, they do start with that. That's why you ugly or you this and that, and start picking at the man's looks, because they feel like their looks give them the upper hand in the relationship. And that's how they keep their foot on the man's neck. That's not me. I don't need that kind of upper hand.
Right. So do you feel like some men may feel that's impossible because maybe they're so used to dealing with women that are, you know, giving them attitude, so they can't, or light-skinned women having attitudes, so they may already put you into this category as being the same. Do you feel sometimes it's like that with you, or you don't see it?
I really heard people say light-skinned women have a bad attitude. Honestly, this is my first time hearing that. But what I will say in regards to me, every time I have an attitude, the conversation is, yeah, you could tell she was raised by a black woman. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like white mama, good attitude. Black mama, bad attitude. That's their mentality.
And do you think this just goes for what Black Americans that are dark skinned, or do you think dark skinned men in other countries are different?
Oh, no. This is not just Black Americans. Here in the Dominican Republic, the dark men prefer lighter skinned women. And the Dominican men that look like me, you see them with dark skinned women, brown skin, like they don't really care as much. Now, what they will do is, I don't know if y'all know who Amara La Negra is, but Amara La Negra is a dark skin. I think she's Dominican, and she had this Dominican baby daddy named Alan. Yeah, and Alan, you can't talk shit about Amara La Negra in front of Alan, because even though that's his second family, he finna go to bat for Amara La Negra. Do you understand? He finna go in on your ass if you're talking about her, even though that's his second family. Okay, she Dominican, like old school Dominican with the second family. Okay. But every time Alan get mad at Amara La Negra, he be like, yeah, with your black ass. He talking to her like that. But he like black women. But every time he get mad at her, he be like, yeah, with your black ass. And Alan's like somewhere in between you and me. And I'm like, Alan, now you can't say that. But on the other hand, he loved him some Amara.
Yeah, I mean, she's got beautiful features, you know what I mean? I think it depends. Like every man's different though. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm a man that I go for features. Like I like ass, I like titties. Like I'm gonna look for lips, everything, you know? Like I'm gonna look for stuff before I even get to skin color. But I don't know, maybe it's different. I don't know if some dark skinned men feel the same way, because there's some dark skinned men that say the same thing too. So I don't know. I mean, but I don't think it's necessarily like the color that really attracts most women to us. I think it's more features. And then we'll probably look at other things. You know what I mean?
I mean, here's the thing. I'm one of those people, like, handsome is handsome, and I can find a good looking man in any shade. With the whole thing about why I prefer to date people that look like more like me, it's not an issue of skin color, because that's another thing. He was saying, homie's help was like, she don't want to have kids that are dark or whatever, and it's like, my daughter's dad is dark skinned. My only child I had with a dark skinned man. So that was crazy. It has nothing to do with that. It's more of a comfort. It's now that I've gotten older and I've been through some relationships, and I don't want to deal with that colorist mentality. I don't want to deal with all these conversations about my skin color. I don't want to deal with all the negative comments about Black women. Then I find the easiest way to just bypass that is when I'm dating men that look like me. And any light-skinned person will tell you that it's the easiest thing to do. Would I ever date a dark-skinned man? Yes, you got to come with the right mentality. Soon as you come to me talking about my light skin or talking bad about dark-skinned women, it's clipped. It's clipped for you.
Oh, I don't know. I don't. What's the point in doing that? But I don't know. I can't speak for every man out there, but at least the men I've been around or men that I've talked to about women, it was never really about really color. I mean, you got some that would kind of talk about it, but it was usually like, oh damn, look at her ass, yo, like she got an ass on her. It was never really like color. Like we never saw color as a thing. It was just more like your future, your attributes, like what you got that we can see that's appealing to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Maybe I just attract. Here's the thing. I'm a woman, and here's the thing. And I've told a lot of women this. For example, I had a girl who used to braid my hair, and she was a Mexican girl, and she got upset because she had a baby daddy. He was black, and he used to always talk shit about black women to her. And she was like just so blindsided when her baby daddy left her for a black woman. Cheated on her with a black woman and left her with a black woman. And I had to explain to her, girl. She was like, and he used to tell me he don't like black women. I said, and you believe that? Like, you believe that he wouldn't at least sleep with a black woman or cheat on you? You thought you were in. I said, girl, they tell you, they come talk shit about black women to boost your head up. It is to put you in competition. It's not because they wouldn't. At the very least, a dark-skinned man is going to always sleep with a dark-skinned woman. At the very minimum.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like I said, I can't speak for all men, but I know what I like, and that's it. I go for features. I don't really care too much about the skin and shit. Purple, green, blue. If you got features I like, I'm gonna like that shit. But everybody's different, you know. Everybody's different.
No, I can see that. Well, Andrew, it's getting late.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to chop it up again another time.
Hey, I appreciate you having me on here, and I'm glad you didn't chop me into pieces because I thought you was gonna kill me.
No. You see, I'm reasonable when you're reasonable. I really am.
Yeah, I see that.
No, I won't come. No.
Okay. My dark-skinned friend only smashes white girls and Asians.
Oh wow. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank y'all to everybody that popped in. Y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe on your way out. And you know, now that I know you cool, Andrew, perhaps we'll collaborate again in the future.
Absolutely. Why not? You know what I mean? Maybe you could, you know, be on one of my shows and see how I rock it.
Okay. Now don't be trying to ambush me with nobody you know. Fuck you.
I ain't gonna ambush you. I'm not gonna do that. But listen, like I said, I can't control what people do or what people say in the chat. That's on them. The only thing I can do is control what I do, my actions.
Okay. For sure. I got it. Well, thank you for coming up.
Appreciate you.
And I'm gonna get off here. Y'all have a good night. I need to go to bed. I gotta get up early.
Yep, me too. Peace.
Okay. Good night. See you.